Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to the Fan from our Half Street Studios. We bring you today's show. We've got a 4-pack of tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle in D.C. coming up June 22nd and 23rd. If you want tickets, you better be listening today at 4 ahead of the Beltway Blitz, in 1 hour at 3, Dan Quinn's press conference from day one of mandatory minicamp. The Commanders are hard at work at their facility as we speak. What's up, Danny?
Hey, buddy. So, strange occurrence on the way into the old radio program today. I'm at a red light, been there for probably about 15 seconds. Light is long red, okay? The intersection is like a capital T, not a cross, if that makes sense. The road to my left dead ends on the road that I'm on. With me so far? Right lane, me, 2 cars behind me. Left lane, empty. 15, 20 seconds after the light has turned red, a car zips through it like it's trying to beat the yellow light. But it's not. It's 100% red. And it's been red for a while. Thank goodness the cars that were coming from the other direction that had already turned left or right, depending, because you have to go one way or the other, had already finished going, and we're all just sort of sitting here stationary. This person goes through the intersection, probably 50, maybe 55 miles an hour. It's a bigger road, so the speed limit's 45. But it was like, I'm going, is this a police chase? Like, is this person clearly, there's no way to confuse that this is a green light or a yellow light or you missed something. It is obvious. I'm like, is this about to be like a major incident here? So this person gets through the intersection. About 50, 60 yards later, I think probably realizes that they've just sped through a red light. They slam on the brakes and start going about 10 miles an hour. Again, very bizarre behavior. You've already done it. There's no reason to go 10. Are you looking back in hopes that somebody catches you? Like, I don't understand what's happening, right?
The remorse is setting in.
Yeah, this is just a completely bizarre. Everybody's kind of, I look in my rearview mirror and they're looking around like, what is happening? We make eye contact. I'm like, I don't know. They don't know. And people go in the other direction. Like, what could have possibly happened? So light turns green. I get up, easily able to pass this person who's now going like 12 or 14 miles an hour, right? Barely moving on a place where you go 45. And I get up next to them. I just kind of want to, you know that move where someone does something outrageous in traffic? You just want to see who it is.
Oh, I always look.
You want to look.
I want to make eye contact.
Yeah.
Got to know who ruined my day, who cut me off, who the dumb person is. Got to do it.
And so I've got to see. I just got to know who it is. It's a woman in her 50s, sobbing uncontrollably, just crying like there's no tomorrow, going 12 miles an hour on a road where you're supposed to go 45. And I'm kind of like, all right, well, I got to go to work. I'm gonna keep on going.
Was she driving still?
Yeah, she was driving and just.
So did you try to flag to make sure she's okay?
I mean, nothing I can really do. The car's behind me. I didn't want to cause any kind of incident or whatever. She's going 12 in a 45 after zipping through a red light at 55, slamming on the brakes and just crawling along, sobbing. Is she sobbing because something terrible has happened? Is she sobbing because she broke the law? Because she went to the red light?
Definitely not.
I don't know.
Something led to her running that red light like a maniac. And then I guess she was in the clear and slowed down. And now we have a mystery on our hands.
Yes.
Now, whodunit Paulson's got to get to the bottom of this.
I know.
What was the make and model?
This is a Volkswagen, one of their boxier sedans, not like the fancy Volkswagen sedan, right? But not a bug either.
Did you happen to get a license plate for me?
I did not.
That would have made my search.
Would have helped you. Would have
really been better for me.
Yeah, I would have helped you. Because you got your police database going.
Can I get a description of the woman, please?
50s, sunglasses, shorter hair. Okay. That not like short hair, not like
mine. Short for a lady.
Short for a lady.
Okay. Bobby cut, like shoulders.
Which one's that?
Ears.
So hair was pulled back, but you could still tell there wasn't like a huge volume of hair.
Color of the hair.
Tinted windows, but I would say brown.
I think I've solved this.
Yep.
I now
you got a description.
I have it all figured out. I'm not going to tell you what happened.
Okay.
But I know what happened.
But it absolutely bizarre.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, what a weird thing. I went to Chuck E. Cheese today.
Yeah, you did.
I want to play good deal or not a good deal. I think I got a great deal. You know how I get fired up for doing a little shopping, essentially? That is not to say to actually go shopping, right? But when I find what I perceive to be good value, I like that a lot. So
I love value.
fire up the game show music for me, Darius. Here we go. This is
Here we go.
Did I Get a Good Deal? There is a summer deal at Chuck E. Cheese where for $40, you can get unlimited points, essentially, for the summer. Now, I have 2 children, right? It came out to about $80 for unlimited points for the duration of the summer. Every single day I go in, I think it's like 60 points a day or something. But I say unlimited for the summer because that's what we use over the course of an hour and change.
Okay.
But I spent $80 today at Chuck E. Cheese. And now with the app, every time I go in there, I can download 80 points, I think 60, 80 points, whatever it is, to my kids' cards. They'll go in. That's 60 games. Every game is 1 point. So it's an hour of playing, basically. We could go Monday through Friday if we want to, every single day, 60 points for the rest of the summer, and I get 30% off food. I think I had a hell of a find because I was planning on going in there, dropping 40, 50 bucks and getting them a bunch of points.
And it's the one time.
Exactly. But I take them during the summer. I would say on average, once every 2 weeks. We go in there at 10 a.m. right when it opens.
Yep.
It's me, Reagan, Truman, nobody else. By 11 o'clock, some field trips and people are rolling in. We're rolling out. I think I hit a jackpot today.
If you use it, good deal.
Oh, I will use it. My kids just about every few days when they wake up say, Dad, take us to Chuck E. Cheese.
Done.
Now we got free Chuck E. Cheese, basically.
Look at this. You paid one time and you get it multiple times. I love that. Whatever we do, I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to pay for it. We got to use it. We got to finish the food. We got to use the thing. I don't like shelling out the dough for something that just sits on a shelf.
It's the summer fun pass, baby.
Summer fun pass.
It's funny. Whenever I bring up Chuck E. Cheese to my parents, the idea of it makes their skin crawl.
Yeah.
I mean, they start gagging immediately.
Yep.
Right. I don't know, man. Me and the kids love it. We go, we enjoy ourselves, game here and there. The big voice guy's doing Survivor.
What's he talking about?
I don't know why.
Is that the end of the game show bed? Is the guy doing Survivor Tuesday?
It must be.
No, that's the Darius's fat finger touched the wrong button bed. Yeah.
All right.
That's
Very good. It is not Survivor Tuesday, although it is a Tuesday.
It is Tuesday.
So maybe big voice guy was just confused.
Strange.
But anyway, I thought I got good value.
I think you got a great value there. Good for you. I like
By
that.
the way, when my daughter was done, so they both got 60 points to play with today, which means 60 games. So I should say Truman finished, completely done playing. He's out of points. He's trying to scan his little card. We've been here like 50 minutes. I'm like, bro, you've already played 60 games? Like, how did you do this, you maniac? My daughter has 29 points left.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
Literally a 2-to-1 ratio.
Oh, no.
Where he's just running through everything.
Well, I mean, no disrespect. He's, 3? He's
Yes.
probably not as skilled at some of the games, and they go pretty quickly
take the
for
same
him.
amount of time.
Really?
And they're timed games.
Mm.
It's not like you hit your mile marker, you get to keep playing situation.
Well, it's like, I go to the arcade and there's a guy with 1 quarter playing Zaxxon or whatever the shoot 'em up game is, and he's still playing, and I'm on quarter number 7 because he's excellent.
You see Aaron Rodgers no-showed the Jets today.
He did not post.
So he showed up this morning, I guess, to give him credit for that, and did some media day stuff that needed to get done. Pictures, video, whatever else they were doing. But then before their actual workout, he left the facility and he hit the road. They have deemed his absence unexcused. They're saying that this is not an excused absence. He talked to them and communicated that he wasn't going to be there later in the day. Sounds like they tried to get him or told him that he should stay. He said that he had something to do. It was an event that is, quote, important to me. That's what he told the Jets. And so he missed today. And so I will have the same energy with him as I have here in the past with non-quarterbacks. I even think if you're a quarterback, it's more pertinent and more vital to be at these mandatory mini camps. You only get so many hours on the field now. You only get so many days with your club. It's a very, very minimal amount of the offseason that you're actually asked to work and do a whole lot. And when you're Aaron Rodgers making $50 million and you're the face of the franchise and they rearranged for multiple years everything that they do as an organization to basically make you happy and to make this work for you, and then you get hurt in year 1 and their whole season gets blown up. Not your fault, but tough luck for both you and them. Now you kick off year 2 by not being available, unexcused, because, quote, you have something that's important to you.
Yeah, I wish the thing that was important to you was the football team that's counting on you. It's something I'll never have any sympathy for. His predecessor in Green Bay, history repeats itself. This is the same stuff Brett Favre would kind of pull. Not I got to go do a weird podcast or be alone in the dark for 5 days, but had to be begged to come to training camp, had to be begged to come to work when his team is trying to do everything they possibly can to win another championship. It's so foreign to me not to prioritize the thing that not everybody gets to do. I know he's great. I know he's incredible. He probably doesn't need the day. Your teammates do, though. I'll never understand that. I have no sympathy for it. Something that just the way I'm wired, and I know it's sort of trending that in a different direction in this era of player empowerment, to do your own thing, to make that money boss, or do this commercial, or be a spokesman for this or that. I get a lot of that. But at a certain point, rubber meets the road. You want to skip an OTA? Not my favorite thing, but I understand. You want to miss something that has nothing to do with it? This is everything. Like this to me is where you're needed. Make that what's important to you. Make that the spot.
Think about it this way. How many days truly are you mandated to be at the facility prior to training camp? It's basically just these 3 days at minicamp. Now, the rest of the time, if you don't show up, the team could be annoyed or hit you up and say, "Where are you? We'd like you to be here," and complain. But really, in terms of actually being a finable absence where they can penalize you because it's a mandatory thing to show up, you're talking about a few days over several months. And that's one of the days where he's got this thing that is important to him that he can't miss. I am reminded of his quote where he said, "The BS that has nothing to do with winning needs to get out of the building," end quote. And it's just kind of funny that you throw those kind of comments and quotes around, but then you're not available on day one of the offseason. And we'll find out in short order, I'm sure, what he's doing. And maybe it is a super important thing that he's got to do. We know that he prefers football over politics narrowly because he suggested in a recent press conference that he was offered the opportunity to be a vice presidential candidate for RFK Jr., and he turned it down because he wasn't done playing football yet. So football is still a priority for him, but at least from a mini camp standpoint, on this particular day, something else was a bigger priority. I just think Washington dodged a bullet here. We talk about it with Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
I didn't want to trade for Russell Wilson. They offered 3 first-round picks for the guy. He has pretty much stunk since. He's been a shell of himself. He's also not a guy that's always beloved or that players want to play for, right? It's kind of always one of these guys that isn't just one of the dudes in the locker room. But Aaron Rodgers, it's been one controversy or headache.
It's always a thing.
It's distractions. It's stories about what he said or what his opinion is on this hot button issue that generally athletes stay out of. He has no interest in staying out of. And that's his prerogative. That's fine. But you add to that the guy's Achilles was apparently hanging by a thread and ruptured in the first week. I mean, my goodness, are the Commanders lucky when they were trying to find their veteran quarterback that Wilson wasn't the only guy they missed out on?
I know. I mean, and here's the thing. At the time, I'm so desperate, I'll try anything. So yeah, get all the picks. I'll deal with the craziness. I'll deal with the headache just in case he has another one of those MVP caliber seasons. He won it 2 straight years, had a down year for a what was, I thought, an okay, maybe under talented or if not aged Green Bay team before moving his way out of Green Bay. But I'll do anything. I'll do anything I have to do. I will try for Russell Wilson. I'll try for Aaron Rodgers. So yeah, in retrospect, we got here, but it was a lot of Taylor Heineke to get here. It's a lot of Sam Howell to get here. It's a lot of guys that you wouldn't really want as featured players on your roster. But you're right. Now that we're in a Jaden Daniels time period, which is wonderful. I'm excited. You're right. Thank goodness.
I would have definitely traded for Rodgers, and maybe it would have worked. To say that is to say maybe he wouldn't have gotten hurt last year, because if he played last season, you don't know how good the Jets would have been.
Mm-hmm.
As it turns out, I obviously am in a place that's preferred, which is this team now has a rookie contract quarterback, number 2 overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner, and we don't know if he's going to be really good or he's not. Hopefully he is. But the ceiling is much higher over the next several years with Jaden Daniels being great than it is Aaron Rodgers being himself for however much sand is left in the hourglass, right? Because that's a year, maybe 2 years tops. Whereas if Jaden Daniels is the real deal, you basically have a decade of runway in front of you, and several of those years to begin with where he's not getting paid a whole lot of money, which is far superior. But knowing what we know now, it's just hilarious to look back at that moment of desperation where you're going, give anything.
Yeah, I'll do anything.
Go get Russell Wilson. Nope. And I think it's an important reminder that while you need the quarterback, and if you don't have one, you don't have a chance, just grabbing a QB that you think is an upgrade is also not the best solution. Like I know in the past we've argued about just draft a quarterback. Doesn't matter if they hit or not, essentially. You got to just keep playing the game. Well, that isn't the answer. Getting the right quarterback is the answer, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, I was going to say, then it's chicken or the egg. You don't know if you get the right one unless you draft one. I know that Ron Rivera never drafting one is probably not the right answer either. But yeah, I mean, when you're desperate, it's never good, right? Every once in a while, you get CJ Stroud, right? That's lightning in a bottle. That's that random strike. Or if you're the Chargers, you end up with Justin Herbert when nobody thought he was the consensus dude, and he's incredible. So you're right. It's you've got to hit on it, certainly, as it is easier said. But it's that I don't want to go back to that place. I'm that more so than I want Jane Daniels to work because it'll be fun to watch games and it'd be nice to have a quarterback that's competent, et cetera. I just don't want to go and we don't have one. So that's the only thing that matters phase. You know what I mean? Like that being in that dark abyss of desperation for relevance at that spot is just so stupid. Us, Chicago, Cleveland, you see what happens when you're there. You're so desperate. And you end up making terrible decisions because of it. You make, whether it's bad contracts, short-term free agents, futile exercises. I don't want to go back to that place.
You're going to hear from Dan Quinn coming up at 3:00 and 40 minutes here on Grant and Danny Today. Next, one of the big decisions Quinn has to make this week is sorting out the kicker position post Brandon McManus. Some of the names trickling out on who Washington will be working out in the days ahead is pretty interesting. I mean, these names are huge stars from the UFL, some guys who have kicked in the league before. Let's get into that next on The Fan. The Commanders are on the practice field today, and according to the reporters on site, Jaden Daniels is getting first-team reps. Shouldn't be a surprise, but we're early in the offseason here. It's day one of minicamp, and he's at least getting some of the first-team reps. I didn't see that he was exclusively the only guy getting them. Maybe he and Mariota are splitting some of them. What are you seeing there, Danny?
Only thing I've seen is that he's getting the first team reps. Now, I don't know if it's some of the or the exclusively. I don't know the answer to that yet.
Yeah. He's going to start week one. I mean, we all know that. That is a foregone conclusion. That is, I would say at this point, formality. The question is, when do they name him the starter? And is it going to be before or during training camp? Are they going to do what I call the Rivera, where they pretend there's some competition throughout camp and the preseason that doesn't really exist, and then name him the starter, closer to the start of the season, week one, something like that? That's my only question, is when do they actually make the announcement? Because we can all pretend if we want to. I have no interest. He's the starter. He was the number 2 overall pick. He was the best player in the country in the SEC last year, or nobody'd ever had before. There is absolutely no reason why he wouldn't start. And frankly, you don't have another guy on the roster that is worthy of starting. Not to say Mariota is a complete bum, but this is not even like Jacoby Brissett, right? Where in Jacoby's case, the year before last season, when he was in air quotes competing with Sam Howell, he had played a ton and was the best player on the Browns at the quarterback position over even Deshaun Watson. That's not what this is. I mean, Marcus Mariota is a very obvious backup, as he has been for years. You didn't really go out and pull the bridge QB, Sam Darnold thing that Minnesota did with their young quarterback. You didn't even do what New England did, bringing in Jacoby for Drake May. It's Jaden Daniels' job. So there's no reason to really pretend.
Indeed. And the solution what everybody will jump to is, got to make him earn it. Got to make him earn it. Well, if he's terrible or struggling, then okay, maybe you demote him. That would be a terrible situation, by the way, if that happens. But to me, there's a difference between that and saying the most valuable thing for Jaden Daniels is experience right now. As a all-world talent, as a guy with incredible upside, with all due respect, I can't have a single moment that he could be practicing wasted on the Jake Fromms of the world, on the third string Theodores. I have no interest in that. No, I don't care about Marcus Mariota. I care about Jaden Daniels. If Jaden Daniels is too tired to do a practice rep, let's all stop practice until he's ready again. Like, that's where I'm at on this. The time on the grass with the coaches, with the players, with the timing, with everything that's coming from it, he needs everything possible to be great. Some people would argue that he needs competition to be great. We can provide that in as many ways as possible, and I'm all about that. Whether it's film room, whether it's individual drills, etc., he needs the repetitions. So, ipso facto, give him the lion's share, give him the starter's reps, and then, you know what the next logical step is? Say that he's the starter.
The new Jake Fromm, by the way, for that reference into the future, you're looking for Jeff Driscoll. Sam Hartman. Those are the guys competing to be the third QB here, as there are 4 quarterbacks: Daniels, Mariota, Driscoll, and Hartman, all wearing their yellow pennies out at practice today. But yeah, I'm with you. But you got to take every opportunity to get him ready and give him as many chances, maybe more importantly, to work with the best players on your team, because that's going to elevate him and that harmony, hopefully, that's created between he and McLaurin, Dotson, Luke McCaffrey, the offensive line that's getting on the same page at the same time, working with him, getting on the same page with him, Biotish in the interior of that line that's been reworked with Nick Allegretti now. It's all important. All of this stuff can help him. And let's not pretend. There's just no reason to. We all know how this is going to end. Don't suggest that it might not. Now, the first thing you said that I want to go back to, though, in your answer there was, there is this thought from people that he's got to earn it. And I think you do have to earn it, but not in the way of overtaking someone via playtime. You have to earn it by showing up when you're supposed to, going home after you've put in the work, by studying the film, by being the guy when they put the dollar bill, in your playbook, that you bring it back to them next week and say, hey, I actually found the dollar bill on page 53. The way they do that now in 2024, that's an old relic, is they can actually track how many minutes you spend, how many hours you spend watching the film. They have that technology now. It's like someone who can monitor your work from home and how often you click your mouse or whatever. They can see Danny watched 4 hours of film this week. Grant only watched 51 minutes. That's how you earn it to me. By showing up early and leaving late, by being a leader when you're in the locker room, by impressing the coaches and the players with how quickly you're picking things up, and by putting in the work in the film room. If you're checking those boxes, then the physical mistakes on the field are irrelevant. Then how you play in practice, how many incompletions there are, who cares? But if you're checking the controllable boxes, you deserve to play when you're the number 2 overall pick coming off a Heisman.
I think it's well put. And again, it's not, people prefer this old school mentality of a direct competition where it's like alternating. This guy gets a rep, you get a rep, rep. We go back and forth like a pendulum. And I hear that, but this is a different time, right? Where the NFLPA and the NFL, they've come to this accord where there's just so much more limited time on the grass. There's so much more limited time to get work in, to practice, to install things, etc. It's not what it was under Gibbs and company. It's not what it was back in the the George Allen days, right? Where it's in the middle of the summer heat, guys are doing 2-a-days and thumping pads into the wee hours, right? This is a different time.
When I first started, people can't see this unless you're watching on the YouTube stream.
Mm-hmm.
I'm air quoting this, covering practices.
Yeah.
So my first training camp out there was 1999, and that was actually in Frostburg. And then 2000, 2001 into Carlisle and Ashburn, right? And in those years, there were literally 9 a.m. practice for about an hour and 15 minutes where you hit, and it was physical and it was legit. Ask B. Mitch. He'll remember. He'll tell you he was out there. And then later in the day at like 3 o'clock was practice number 2. And they did the same thing again. In those days, Danny, you could actually have a real quarterback competition, or you could prepare Jaden Daniels by giving him the morning session, let's say, but then have Marcus Mariota get the reps with the first team in the second session. And then you could juxtapose performance and have that competition if you want to, because you're not taking away or sapping development from Jaden Daniels. Nowadays, every minute you're on the field is calculated, and they're not bountiful. Like you're just not given a lot of time. Who was the team I saw? Detroit, the Motor City Dan Campbells, the fighting, we're going to bite your kneecaps.
Mm-hmm.
They just got penalized for basically practicing for a few minutes too long during OTAs and got some of their mini camp taken away. I think it was. It's too restrictive now. You just don't have the time on the grass. You've got to give your kids the most experience possible. One of the big storylines to monitor this week during minicamp is going to be the kicking situation. They signed Brandon McManus to a 1-year deal for $1.6 million. Sexual assault allegations in a civil suit come forward. 2 women claiming on a flight that he harassed them and assaulted them. These were flight attendants on a team charter when he was with the Jaguars last year. Rather than getting to the bottom of it and kind of figuring everything out over time, the Commanders wanted nothing to do with it. They didn't like that he didn't come to them first. They released him. Mike Florio reported, by the way, that they paid him all of that contract, it looks like. Basically $1.5 million already, and just told him to go away. But now they're looking for a kicker. And that sounds like not a big deal, except that 2, 3, 4 games this year will be determined by their kicking game. I think that's a fair guess. 2 or 3 as a minimum, maybe even more.
Yeah.
In today's NFL, everything comes down to a possession and 2 or 3 plays.
If you're competitive, sure. If you're in that middle tier bucket, which they're hoping to be in, then yeah, I could absolutely see that.
You better get this thing right. Here's where I'm excited. So we know that they brought in a kicker last week from the UFL, but we said, well, what about the best kickers in the league this year? They're both working out for them this week. Now, I still no word on Defenders kicker Matthew McCrane, who will end up in the NFL somewhere this season. But the guy that got all the headlines this year in the United Football League was Jake Bates, who kicked for Detroit. He was 12 of 14 on his field goal attempts, including making a 64-yard field goal and booting 3 successful 60-plus yard field goals. He's got a massive leg. Bates is going to be working out for the team, it sounds like, in the next day or 2.
Good snap. Good hold. Line drive kick, and it is good!
That was a 60-plus yarder, as called on Fox this season for Jake Bates. The other guy they're trying out was the statistical leader in kicking in the United Football League. It was with the St. Louis Battlehawks this year, a guy named Andre Schmidt. Now, I want you to take a guess, Danny, on how you spell Schmidt.
So I happened to see it, and I was going to wait for you to pronounce it before I tried to, because it doesn't look like Schmidt.
All right, then we'll go to our resident speller on the show, Ryan Clary. You hear that the guy's name is Andre Schmidt. How do you think he spells his name?
Well, I would have to think that it's Schmidt.
It's a good guess.
That's a conventional spelling of Schmidt.
That is not how he spells his name. Darius, do you have a guess as to how Andre Schmidt spells his name?
I'm disappointed I haven't come across his name. If it's not that spelling, I'm gonna go.
It's a little more unique.
It's a little more unique than that.
Yeah. Let's go SMICH. Smitch. Let's try that.
Okay, yeah. So you're trying to go unique there.
Schmidt.
I'm going to give you guys both a hint. We'll go around again. There's a Z in there. There's a Z in there.
Looking for Andre Schmidt. Clary, go for it.
SZ Schmidt.
Yeah.
MIDT.
Very close, but no.
Yep.
Darius, you get one more opportunity on Andre Schmidt with a Z.
Were you doing a sarcastic very close or like an actual very close?
Sarcastic.
Okay.
Because this is impossible.
Yeah, neither of you will get it.
I saw it and I went, I don't know.
So here's what happened.
Yeah.
I saw it and I said, how the hell do you say that name? And then I looked up an interview when he was at Syracuse being interviewed by someone, and they said, we're here with Andre Schmidt. And I said, no, you're not.
That's not who you're with.
I don't know who you're there with.
Don't make that up.
It's not Andre Schmidt. Here's the name. Andre Schmidt, spelled SZMYT.
Yeah.
That is SZMYT. Andre Schmidt.
I thought it was Sismite.
Right.
I'm like, what do you do with that?
I was going to go with Andre Sismit.
Maybe it was at one point, but they were just like, listen, just say Schmidt.
I'm telling you, when I pull up the video, I'm going to send Darius a link because the guy, he's just standing there. This is the baby version, the college version at Syracuse. They look like they're in a meeting room.
Yep.
And he's like, I'm here with ACC Special Teams Player of the Week, Andre Schmidt. And I was like, where's the kicker the Commanders just signed?
Is that who you're with?
Yeah, man, that's him. But here's the important part of the dude's story is that he was a stud in the UFL this past season. Made 19 of 21 field goals. His only 2 misses were 40 to 45, but he was 5 for 5 from 50 plus, long of 61. So he had a whale of a season and was the best kicker in the league. So between him, the guy that got all the headlines for having the huge leg, Bates, like as we said, there's going to be a competition and they're going to bring in several legitimate kickers and may the best man win kind of scenario here.
I don't know if we've talked about this specifically, but what do you value most in a place kicker? Like, what do you care about? Like, what's your priority?
Making kicks.
Okay. Let me try that again.
Yeah.
What kind of kicks? Like 61 is awesome. That's cool. I need every single kick from 46 and in to go in. After that, I'm kind of like, I'll take my chances. I need that the offense is driven down the field. This has to be points. I cannot have that, like, it's from 43 and it's wide right again. Dallas takes over the football. No.
Yes, I agree with you. But I will say in recent years, when you watch the league now and you see how far out these kickers are good from routinely. When I was growing up, this is officially old guy radio today. When I was a young warthog, okay, you would get to the 20-yard line and you would make a 38-yard field goal. No problem.
Right.
I would say the 30, like generally as a grade school kid, was where you knew you were going to get points. Just get to the 30. Nowadays in the NFL, it's like the 38. Honestly, it's like the 37, like 54, 55. That's becoming, if you have a big legged kicker. So it just shortens the field so much. So I think having a huge leg is important, more so than it even used to be. But it goes without saying, if you're a kicker, making kicks inside of 40 has got to be a must.
Yeah, I mean, I'm into it. I like the big long Justin Tucker bombs in the dome or whoever owns the record. That's cool. Those are bonus points.
You got to hit extra points.
There you go.
Guys that miss their extra points, like these really good kicker, but he's missed 6 extra points this year. Infuriating to me. Can't deal with it. You'll hear from Dan Quinn, met with the media today. That's at 3:00 right here on the Fan. Wild video of a rodeo bull on the loose. that we want to discuss next on G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making this show part of your day. We appreciate you. Dan Quinn spoke to the media today out in Ashburn ahead of minicamp, covered a bunch of the pressing issues with the Commanders. You will hear that press conference top of the hour at 3 o'clock right here on G&D. So this viral video, you and I were marveling at it yesterday. We couldn't stop watching it. Has made the rounds of this bull that jumps out of the ring at a rodeo, starts running around rampantly and wildly, like in the concourse, for lack of a better word. Unsuspecting people are conversing and talking, and this bull ends up doing major damage, injuring severely 4 people. But the power of this thing, it just lifts this woman up who's mid-conversation into the air. She looks like when my daughter throws her little, she calls a soft bunny, like to her bed at night. So it'll be there, when she comes back from brushing her teeth. And it just kind of goes end over end like a football with its limbs. That's what this woman, this grown-ass woman, looks like as this bull flips her up into the air.
It's so scary, dude.
But this clip is unbelievable of basically a bull gone rogue here, man. It is so scary.
Beyond, the guy that was just tweeting this, I'm at Funny Danny Grant at Grant H. Paulson. Just a constant reminder of the sheer power of so many different kinds of animals that we just sort of aren't properly respecting or afraid of.
100%.
And everything from the lion in the Serengeti to, hey, look at that hippo. That's neat. There are so many animals, if they go, that's it. That's your time. You're done.
I think about this when I'm at the zoo all the time. When you're standing a few feet away from like a rhinoceros. You're like, all it takes is today to be the day where he goes pummeling that fat guy right
that's
there. And his choice, dealer's choice, man. If it's my day, it's my day. He could just do it. But in this video, if you haven't seen it, first of all, how does this thing jump a fence?
I don't know.
What an athletic specimen of a creature. It looks like a 4-foot, 5-foot fence. I don't know. Seems like it's what they've used for a long, long time successfully. It lands basically between 2 sections on like a walkway, which you would use to walk out toward your seat. And then next thing you know, the camera is in the back concourse, and you just see it charging at people near a concession stand and lifting this woman up end over end, tossing her over a table. And she's obviously laying there now and has a long road to recovery. I hope she's okay. No idea. But just a petrifying scene.
It's so scary. And again, I don't know what I don't know. I don't know what regulations are. I don't know if this is the first time it's ever happened. But the point that I would make is I can't believe something like this hasn't happened before. Right? Now it's on video, so we kind of see it. But there's this assumption that people have, it seems to me. I don't want to speak for everybody because, we're all different. But I feel like there isn't enough. I keep saying the same thing over and over. There's not enough respect for the potential damage, for the potential danger. Like, everyone needs to be far more vigilant when dealing with an animal that weighs thousands of pounds and can exercise that kind of force. We're just sort of going and spectating and drinking our soda and clapping along if someone gets down for 8 seconds. Should be way more respect paid. I'm not saying we don't have rodeo or anything like that. I'm saying simply like we just sort of assume it's all going according to plan. That the trained animal or whatever that's used to doing this, it's probably never done this before. The first 100 times is at the rodeo, everything went fine. The 101st time is now there's carnage.
I'm reminded of occasionally at races, whether it's NASCAR or something else, where a tire will go up.
Yeah.
And they've got these fences to catch things, but it happens, right? Where you're just a spectator and you're up close and personal, but you're really never going to be a part of the action until the time that you are. You're at a basketball game, and for the first 1,000 games you go to, yelling at players, it's okay until Ron Artest is standing there ready to punch you in the face. It's a real thing, dude. Like, occasionally the sport does enter the fan area. It happens in racing. It happens now athletically with the guys that you go to watch. And in this case, you're there for rodeo, and this bull says, I don't like being in here anymore. I'm going to go for
I'm just not going to do it.
And you know what the bull's used to doing is trying to run around and hit, what do they call them? The rodeo
Rodeo
clowns or
yeah.
whatever. Like, and so it doesn't know the difference that this is just some lady who's just at a concession stand, by the way, wearing red. I'm sure that didn't have a factor. Because I always see they dangle. It's not like a green
The cape.
sheet
Yeah.
that they dangle in front of the bull. Steve's in Bowie, home of the Bay Sox. What's up, Steve?
Hey guys, my kids went to Rodeo this weekend, and I stuck around for a minute, and they started playing this game. It's called bull hockey. So what they do is they get people out of the stands, and they put these big barrels in the middle of the concourse, and the people start yelling and antagonizing the bull, trying to make them run towards them to knock their barrel over, and then they win some kind of prize. What idiocy is this? What world are they from? I have no idea who thought that was a good idea.
Wouldn't be me, Steve.
Yeah, that's a no from me. That's a hard pass.
Let me know where that is. I'll casually avoid it. I'll be the best at not going.
Yeah, if old Danny Rouillet is in charge for a minute, I'm gonna hit that gavel. We're not doing that anymore. That's a no. We're not taunting the bull in an open space. Thank you.
People get so comfortable out and about with animals. You know, I don't mean at a zoo where generally you're protected, but you see like a deer and they're like, let me see how close I can get.
Nope.
Stop doing
that immediately.
I don't care if it has antlers or it doesn't. If it wants to run you over, it will do that. Like, it's a wild beast.
If it feels threatened and it's more scared than you are or whatever, it might resort to something. Again, you don't know its mind.
Dan Quinn has made his mind made up on many important matters when it comes to the Commanders. We'll hear from him next on G&D. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan, a show sponsored exclusively by our friends, the law firm of Condori and Murat. They're going to guide you and your family in the right direction on the most critical decisions you're making. They're helping you with drafting a will, setting up a trust, creating a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that we sent you at Grant and Danny. That way they'll give you a discount, kmlawyers.com. Remember, in 1 hour at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz, we've got a 4-pack of tickets to give away to the Giant Barbecue Battle. We're giving those tickets away all week long here on Grant and Danny. Dan Quinn met with the media today out at mini camp, talked about how excited he was to get the rookies on the field with the veterans, start to add to what is being run from the playbook. Some of the other big items on the to-do list at minicamp.
I'm excited to see that over the next few days. And we also have the NFL officials here. And so it's good to have a whole crew here. Certainly going through some of the new changes and educating the team on the new things that'll be affecting the game. So it's a really fun 3 days. So we're really looking forward to getting rolling with the guys. So all that said, let's crank it up and get started.
Hey, Dan, can you give us an update on Johnny Newton?
Yes. So Johnny's had the procedure done on his foot. He's hitting all the markers that he's supposed to hit. He's able to do light working out, and then we'll keep progressing him all the way up until training camp. But no decisions, been made yet in terms of the start of camp or not. So we'll take that kind of week by week as it's going. But he's hitting all the right markers.
And then you had some kickers in today. I think another one's going to be visiting too. Where does that stand right now?
Well, I think at the top of it, just like at all the spots, John, like the competition part of it to go. And so we'll keep digging in, over the next few days, and certainly as we're preparing into camp, not just there, but all over. And but yeah, we will include Lucas as part of a tryout for the next couple of days as well.
Coach, obviously the expectation out here is that Jaden will eventually be the starting quarterback for the team. What do you need to see from him to give you confidence as you move towards perhaps that ultimate decision?
Yeah, I think what's important for Jaden and some of his teammates, especially the young guys coming in, as the reps are now happening, how are you doing in the execution of those, whether that's playing quarterback or tackle or nickel or safety. And so the expectation is just to see, how familiar he is with the concepts, making sure, all right, this one we want to keep, this one, we don't, in terms of, the things that he has the most comfort with. So I think just really running the system now. Obviously, you see us at the line of scrimmage some, we huddle some. So we put in a big package. Now it's about execution of it.
And you mentioned before kind of having these thoughts in your mind from Atlanta to now of your second time around and what you would do different and how would you go about that? How do you feel this second time around is going? And is there anything you can point to for us that kind of says this is what's different from the last time I did this job?
Yeah, boy, what a great question. I would say the first thing that I probably noticed is really the work of the players. I thought they've thrown a hell of an off season. We asked them a lot early on, create some standards together, and I've really been impressed by the work and the skill work that they've put in. From a coaching staff wise, it was a great thing to hear. One of the Bill Walsh fellows that had been in here for the few days, he said, you would have never known that you just came together just a few months ago as a staff. Being around everybody, it felt like they'd been around each other for years. So that made me feel good knowing that these guys are connected on the field and off, because the players see that as well. To see a coaching staff that's connected, they'll feel that same example that applies to the locker room.
At this point in the offseason, are you still kind of tinkering and experimenting with the secondary just to see what you have back there, or do you kind of know? And you're
no, absolutely. This is now, and actually through the first 3 or 4 weeks of training camp, there'll still be that to find out the right things, the right patterns, and it won't be just 11. There'll be 15, 16, 17 guys that'll have a role. 3 safeties, 4 big D linemen, 3 backers, 2 backers. So not just at the secondary, but at a number of the spots too that we're still pushing.
And because you still don't have pads yet, what do you want to see from the lines and the running backs?
Yeah, I think what I want to see is just the execution of the system. So for the big guys, they've had only 3 of the time where it's been all 11 on 11. They've worked their ass off on all the skill work and all the sets. So although we can't do that full speed, what we can do is at a good teaching pace, execution, the fits. And if we can get that part right, now we can play fast. And so I want to make sure assignment-wise, that's what I'm looking for from the group right now with the big guys.
Every player attended the organized team activities. How does that help you as you embark on the mandatory minicamp?
I think, one, the skill work that goes into it, and knowing that this time of year, that's what we're after. We've added a second layer to that because we're installing, 3 new phases offensively, defensively, and on the team side. So seeing those guys learn the system. So now when we do get to camp, we can really apply what we've learned and build that connection that's needed.
What are the subtle things that Jaden can show you on the field that show that mastery of the system?
I would say at times getting out of a bad play, here comes a blitz to this side, get to the check, get to something else, knowing where to go with the correct read. And at the end of it, it's just having command. Honestly, it's whether it's in the huddle or at the line of scrimmage. And the nice part, what you do see, this is a guy who's had a lot of starts and a lot of experience. That showed up early for when he first started here, and it continues right now. And I think when you guys are watching practice, you'll feel that as well.
And with the 15 defenders you were talking about, is that something, how similar is that to what you did in Dallas? And is that something you communicate to guys about, hey, we see this is your role and it's going to be kind of like this? How do you communicate that to players?
Yeah, I think that's one of the important parts, because as any ball player, knowing what my role is for the team and what does the team need to be counted on and what unique things can I bring. So once we've established that, then we'll kind of say, hey, this has to go down at the highest level, this specific thing that you're just excellent at. So we're not there yet. There's still a lot of experimentation to go, the fits, the people, the techniques, and that's kind of what this is about. And so there'll be some times when you may see, well, that wasn't a good play or a good completion, but there's still information to find out and what you can do. And so those are things that you set up matchups and you set up, I guess just unique plays to see a player in a special spot.
You can't see everything right now with the running backs because of the no pads, but we've got Brian Robinson and combination now, kind of liking that. So.
A lot. And I think what you get across from seeing the two, they're different, but both have really high standards of the things they've done. One of the advantages of going through what, let's call it a passing camp for the spring, because that's really what it is. I think Brian's developed into that spot. And to have somebody that's as accomplished in the passing game as Austin, you can imagine how you'd benefit from that. So to see Brian this involved in the passing game through this time of year, that was one of the things in his work-ons that he wanted to do. And you see that come to life.
Last year was a rock bottom year.
What's that? Oh, the first pitch, lots to discuss there. We had a lot of fun and a lot of practice. It was actually my first time at a Nationals game, so it was a really cool venue to be a part of. So it's a good thing he's throwing here and not down at the ballpark. Someone had another one? Yep.
Last year was kind of a rock bottom here for a lot of players, but previous to that, they had shown real promise. How do you balance going through with guys last year's film versus what happened before that and getting them back to that point?
You know what? I didn't really discuss much from the past, and I wasn't here, so I don't have a way to compare into that. And so every year is different. So what I can say is this is what I've seen from this part moving forward and finding all the unique stuff that it does have. So all I was looking for to say, I've got fresh eyes, no bias on what happened or what could happen. I just want to see what your best looks like. And that's what now and into training camp is for. So that's why this is such an important camp for us. This is our last time together before we go to training camp. And I really want to see a lot of the learning, the technique, the communication, the speed. And then when we get to training camp, we'll add the physicality part to that.
How's the response been to that kind of fresh opportunity?
Like I said, the energy that you've been around, you feel the guys. I love their connection together, and offensively, defensively, teams, the way they're merging. This is not a separate country unto themselves. These are one group of guys, although they're competing against one another. Like that's how we will get better. Days and like the next 3 where we get to compete against each other just a little bit, and as we get ready for training camp.
Dan, for several years, Terry McLaurin has been the consistent presence in the locker room and on the field for this franchise. As you're getting to know him, what do you appreciate about Terry, and what does he bring to this team that you've noticed?
Well, I'd say number one, there's an incredible player there. I think for all of us here, we recognize how good a player he is. I wish all of you could see the man that he is. Like, this is a hell of a ball player, but behind the scenes, what he stands for, the professionalism that he has, the detail that he goes to get things done. The team could be really well set to get a lot of Terry McLaurins. And he's been an excellent pro for us, and seeing some of the young guys, not just offensively, but as new players are here, he's got great standards about him. And I think that's one of the best things you look for in a professional.
When you took over, you used the word recalibration. Where are you at with that stage, and what have you seen in that regard?
I think, number one, there's always going to be some tweaking and adjusting to go. But I think for this group of players and coaches, they've absolutely nailed this offseason. Could we throw the best offseason any of them have ever had? That's a ball player and a coach. And so we really tried to push one another to new spots and connect better. And by and large, I think we've seen that. And so after we get done this camp, we'll kind of do the same thing to reset, find some spots, and then we'll go after training camp in exactly the same way. The breaks, they're important because our times together in the NFL, and you guys know this, they're very intense. And so you go for it as hard as you can, max that out, take a break, get ready, and then come do it again. But I really challenged everybody, could we throw the best offseason every one of them have ever had? And that meant for the veterans to bring along the new players. It meant for the new players to get extra work in so they could get up to speed more quickly. It meant for the coaches to be more connected than they've ever have. And so I asked a lot of that, but I've been really pleased with what I've seen. And we'll push it hard for these days. Then we'll take that break. And then when we come back, we'll go for it as hard as you've ever seen anybody going for it.
Take 3 more.
Dan, Randon Walker with NPR. Piggybacking off of Scott's question, you said you wish we could see behind the scenes like how Terry McLaurin is as a person. The media has given him the Good Guy Award a couple of times, but what is it that you've seen in the short time that you've been with him that we don't necessarily get to see? And what would you like the younger players to take away from him, like from what you've seen?
Sure. Well, I'll give you one example because I showed it this morning in a team meeting. I showed each of the players out here, they have what's called a work on. This is the one thing that I wanted to do better as I get to this off season. So collectively, we're trying to develop the whole crew, coaching staff as well. And I had showed Terry after the catch was one of the things he wanted to get, sharpen up to say, can I get more explosive plays by doing that? And then I saw these practices, deliberate moves after the catch to go. So here was a player that had a plan. Now he's putting into action. And I think we'll kind of know what the result's going to be. Like he will kick ass because of this is what I want to do. This is the action I'm taking. And now I think we'll see that come to life. So I think that showed me the example to this player. No matter how good you are, there's a spot to go to get better. And when you got a big gap to get better, that happens fast. But when you're already an excellent player, those little margins are small and you got to work your ass off to get to that next spot. So I think that's one of the examples.
And as you get ready for these last 3 days of veteran minicamp, is there something that you want to see different out of anybody?
I think you'll see some that's more, and we may feature some guys into some different positions to say, is that a possibility? Is that something we can see? You'll see some situation work with the officials here. So I do want to see us nail those. You've heard us talk about that through the offseason. That was important for us. So you'll see some real game situations take place today with these officials being here with us 3 days. I want to find out what we've learned, how we're ready to execute, and knowing that in our league, like I think it was last year, 70% of the games were 8 points or less. You better nail those end of the game, end of the half moments, because when you do, the consequences will be there for you to, to allow yourself to have these big plays to go win.
And second time as a head coach, if you self-evaluate at all, what do you think you're doing better this time around in this phase?
Yeah, I think knowing that there's a really deep, strong crew from coaching and through Adam is my ability to delegate and then keep my attention and my focus solely onto the players and push the coaches to find those things. What does it look like for another player to try new things, to go into new spaces? So it's allowed me to really kind of keep everything right in the middle. And that's a really good feeling knowing that you have that much trust with a guy like Adam on the personnel side and the coaches. So it's allowed me to really connect with the players, because when you have 91 guys here, it's not that easy to build a connection with that many people. So that takes time. And so it's allowed me to be that space with them.
And did you guys go over film of the first pitch at all?
We did not, but I imagine it's in the film cans, as you would say in the news, but it's in the can somewhere, and it may show itself out at one point or another, but it has not yet. So we'll certainly keep that in our back pocket. When they say 3 questions, that doesn't mean your one can be 3, just so we're clear for the next time.
I'll see you later.
All right. Anybody else? All right. Go ahead. How would I say whom? Who? No, I'm just kidding. There's other. Here's what I say. This guy came in with really excellent football characteristics in terms of command and huddle and vision to go. I think probably what you don't see is the amount of offense and defense, that the coaches put in. And so for him to absolutely nail that and to go early to say, I have that, I have it. There was a lot of work put in from the studying spot. So I would say not only does the physical trait show up, it's the work ethic, I think, that goes behind. I think through the years and through the season, you guys will feel that and see that. Like, this is a guy that really puts it in. And so that goes a long way to any other player on the team to know that, like, hey, man, we're all putting it in at this space. But it takes extra at that position, and he's definitely down for that. All right, you guys have a good one. All right, we'll see you Friday.
That's the head coach of the Commanders, Dan Quinn, from out in Ashburn ahead of today's minicamp. There's a lot to chew on from that press conference, including what he had to say about a timeline for Johnny Newton, the kicker tryouts that are ongoing, a lot on Jaden Daniels, who it seems like he's very impressed by the work he's put in to master this offense in the early going, what they expect to see from him over the next couple of days. And I want to get into something that came out of that Terry McLaurin question when he was talking about something McLaurin's working on this offseason. So let's do all that next. We'll go back through some of the specifics of what stood out from Dan Quinn today on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Thank you for the update, Earl. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny, it's a matter of time before we, as a show, collectively fall for one of these AI press conference clips. I would say I can still easily identify them about 90 or so percent of the time. But I actually had to really give it some thought, rewatch it a second time, do a little Google searching while watching a press conference of Paul Maurice, who's one of the last two head coaches left standing in the Stanley Cup in the National Hockey League, where he was calling out Draisaitl and McDavid.
Mm-hmm.
That was AI. It was put together. But normally, like they do this with LeBron all the time, where it's like a LeBron press conference. And the shtick is generally funny enough that you know it's not real. But it's like LeBron talking about, he's like, yeah, I was there at the moon landing and I was walking across and I told Buzz and Neil that
You're like, why is the flag waving but it's on the actual moon? You're like, did he say that?
We need to get back to the spaceship so we could take off to get back to Earth. Like, okay, this is pretty fake. But the one I just saw was believable enough and based in enough reality that you're like, wow, did he really call them out? That's kind of ballsy in the middle of a Stanley Cup. Then you click a little more and you're like, okay, this is a fake clip. But it's only 2024.
I know.
Give it a little bit of time. I think we're a few months away from getting got. And we just have to be very vigilant. Quick show meeting. We got to be cognizant. It should not be the expectation that when we see press conference audio, we have to call the team and confirm that that's what their coach or player said. And that's not what we're going to be doing. But we got to, as long as we can go without getting got, we got to try to do it.
Yeah, I have been fooled probably a couple times, but not to the point that I'm retweeting or not to the point that I'm sharing. You know what I mean? Where I go, I need to investigate, and then I've been able to debunk it.
Well, that was the OG fake, right? Was on X or something, the fake Schefter account, where that would get
Adam
everybody
Shifter or whatever.
on trade deadline day.
Mhm.
You know, if it's in basketball, Woj or Sham, some fake account comes out, they make it look real, it gets retweeted, and you get that quick scare, and maybe they get you. Maybe you hit retweet. If you've successfully avoided those, which I think at about a 995 clip, I've done well in my life, you probably got a chance with AI. But if you're the person that regularly falls for the fake Twitter accounts, you might also be a person who's going to be in big trouble with AI.
Yeah, I'll be susceptible. I mean, they're going to get me at some point.
You thought one of the LeBron ones a couple weeks ago was real.
I did because I as the first minute, or not even a minute, first 25, 30 seconds of it, I was like, is that real? And then of course he says something outlandish to let everyone know that it's not real. Did that make any sense? And then so I'd already fired the text off when I only saw the first few seconds.
Right.
And then I go back and really look at it and go, okay.
Did he really say this? We should talk about this on the show.
Yeah. And you guys are like, no, this is an AI generated thing that just moves his mouth.
Just a robot.
Yeah.
But even I think the one that tricked you, it looked like a Muppet or something, like the mouth was different than the rest of the face.
I'm like, this is so strange.
But the one I was just looking at, I'm telling you, was fantastic. And we're just getting started here. We are scratching the surface. You see how good people are now at photoshopping. Like there are AI people now. I heard like OnlyFans is just a ton of fake people, AI generated, like human beings. They're not even real.
I showed you one of the Instagram accounts that like comes up every once in a while where it's like, this is not a real person. Like this person, it says in the bio, it's like not a real person, AI, whatever.
Well, what is it? Just like a hot person in a bathing
It's a
suit?
very attractive person that poses that they put photos of themselves up, and they're not real. The whole thing is fake. It's not a real person. Like, oh my God. I was screaming. Now you got me started on this. Years ago, nobody cared. But remember the website Ashley Madison, which was like advertising itself? It's like, hey, if you'd like to cheat on your spouse, come to us.
I just watched the big documentary about it on Netflix.
Yeah. 90% of the interactions were with AI chatbots then. Like it was whatever it was, 38 cents a text or 38 cents an email or $1 an email, whatever it was. So they were just getting like lonely dudes being like, hey, gorgeous. And she's like, hey, handsome, $1. What are you up to tonight? Not much. What about you? $1. Just fake.
But you should be able to determine when a conversation is so computerized and emotionless and personality-less.
Well, if you're Desperate Daryl, maybe you can't tell us bad.
Desperate Daryl couldn't quite figure it out 10 years ago. But there's a big difference to me between the conversation with a bot and you think you're looking at a person and it's not a person.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. It's an escalation.
We are headed somewhere at a really fast pace.
Yeah.
And it's scary to think about. Like, where we'll be in 5 or 10 years with some of this stuff. And I think what's so petrifying is there's no such thing as slowing it down or turning the valve off because so much of it is used for good. Like, a lot of it is beneficial and will immensely help society. And in areas that you and I don't even know about in terms of defense and so many other things, it's necessary. But like anything that's used for good, it can also be used for bad. And we're going to see a lot of that on social media. But I almost got. That was the closest I've been where I thought, Paul Maurice, you're saying that in the middle of the Stanley Cup? What are you thinking, man? And then my better judgment kicked in.
You didn't say that.
Like, he couldn't have. Let me Google this. Why don't I see this being talked about as a big story?
Yeah, he didn't call both those guys punks or whatever, right? That's not something he did.
My thing is, whenever I see one of those fakes out there, I immediately block the person that posted it. So I might miss out or lose out on some good accounts. But I know if you do this once, you might do it again. And it ain't going to be me.
Yeah, so I actually have done that. There's the old Twitter account guy that used to do it. I'm not going to say his name. I don't want to A, give him attention, but B, it's probably inappropriate. We'd have to dump it. But he would do all the time, like change it to Adrian Woj Nariski or Adam Shifter or whatever, and do like the fake reports. Finally, I was like, why am I putting up with this guy? And I blocked him. So I maybe miss the occasional funny bit, but it's like when I'm on air, trying to juggle the different things, and I'm talking to you, and people are talking in my ear, going breaking news. I'm like, oh wait, I know we're talking about this, but this just happened. No, it didn't. I need that not to happen.
The LeBron ones are hilarious.
They're really well done.
I can't help but laugh at those, but I might see fewer of them because I am doing my best to try to avoid as much of the people putting them out as possible. All right, let's run through some of what Dan Quinn said with the media today out in Ashburn. I wrote a couple of things down here we can mow through. First, non-committal on a timeline for Johnny Newton as far as whether or not he'd be ready for training camp. Did say that he's on schedule right now. I viewed that as good news, to be honest. Not because there's a lot to take out as to when we'll see him back, but him being on schedule and kind of hitting his benchmarks here. The recovery in the past was about 3 months. If you extrapolate that out, it should get him back in time early into the season. Even if he were to miss the first month or so of the year, if he was on PUP or something, not the biggest deal in the world. Him being out there as a third star defensive tackle elevates the ceiling of this defense and gives them a chance to wreck some games up front and to really be a pass rushing group from the inside out. But because you've got Payne and Allen, if you have to go forward for a few weeks without him, it shouldn't really be a deal breaker for this defense. I view him as a bonus this year, and starting next year, when you either trade Allen or frankly Payne probably, or you let Allen walk, one or two of those guys are gone and you freed a bunch of money up. Now it's really important you get a lot out of him. This year, I think what you get is probably a plus.
Yeah, I view him as a luxury item, and I don't know that they could have afforded to do that, but they did. I mean, that's what it is.
He's a hell of a player next year. You'll be glad they did it.
Indeed. But at what cost? I think there's the debate there, but that's not important. He's here. I'm a bit more glass half empty when I hear that stuff. This sounds very Dachshund-y to me. So I hope he's fine. But I'd much rather hear he'll be back for training camp, or we think he'll be back for training camp. Maybe. I don't like that. Now, again, nothing's happened. He hasn't missed anything yet, other than these small bits of the offseason. And this is more of a long-term play, certainly. But I have heard those glowing reports before when it comes to people's feet and surgery, and we're not really sure what's going on there. So I will be a little bit more cautious before I start counting on all the things he's going to do.
Dan Quinn acknowledged that the kicking situation is far from determined. He said the workouts will continue. We told you earlier today, Jake Bates is coming in. They've got multiple UFL kickers who had great seasons still coming in to try out. My guess is they probably want to know by the end of the week who they're moving forward with. And I'd be surprised if they don't have two of these guys. Now, they've already signed one. If you sign a second one and then you bring both of them to camp for a competition, that's probably the best way to go. But I like that they've gone about this very quickly. There's a second league, there's a spring league, and it's not like, whereas at a lot of positions, the talent drop-off is huge. Kicking in a spring league versus kicking in the NFL is no real different. It's the same distance of crossbars and uprights, and the field goal distance is the same. The snap velocity might change a little bit, but it doesn't really matter. If you're a good kicker in the UFL, you can be a good kicker in the NFL. and they're tapping into that pipeline.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the nice element, honestly, of having spring football. And you mentioned it. It's like I don't have a great analogy for it, but I don't know that you can figure out if someone who played left tackle pretty well in the UFL could do it, come this fall in the NFL. But you can figure out pretty quickly if a guy can kick the ball over 60 yards or not. You can see the touchback. You can see the ball go through the uprights, and it's a wider pool now. So that makes sense. I like that they're filling the void.
Quinn on Jaden Daniels today said that what they want to see him do first and foremost is execute his reps, master concepts. Sounds just kind of like coaching buzz phrases. But here's what I like is he talked about how impressed they've been with how quickly he's picked everything up. He says they want to see him get out of bad plays. Sounds to me like maybe, they will call a play for him against a really bad front or a bad look at some point and see if he can get out of the ones they want him to. Those are the types of things at this point of the offseason they are looking for. I like the way he talks about Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
He said, you guys are going to be really impressed with how hard he works. There was a quote just a few minutes ago, as a matter of fact, from Nick Allegretti, who they signed from the Chiefs to start at left guard. He's been around Mahomes. He was the starter in and played throughout the Super Bowl last season, winning a ring. Allegretti said throughout his career, he's always prided himself on being a guy that gets there really early. It's what he likes to do. He likes that silence. He likes to be in the building before everybody else. And he said he hasn't beaten Jaden Daniels into the facility once so far. Like that kind of stuff, while cliche, is so important to me because being around teams, the quarterbacks who take everything seriously and are conscientious and put in that work and are there all day and are at the facility and live and breathe this thing, those are the ones that have a chance to maximize their skills. Doesn't mean everyone's going to be great, but Kirk Cousins as a 4th round pick has had a hell of a career, right? The ones that don't put in that work are the ones that pretty quickly you can tell they don't have it. This is not going to work. They aren't good enough. And Jaden Daniels is checking a very, very big box here.
Yeah, that's the controllable part. Your effort, your energy, your preparedness, whether somebody tips the pass to the line of scrimmage or your receiver drops it, that's out of your control. That's sports. That happens. You put yourself in the best possible chance to have success, and that's exactly what he's done. Again, I give him a lot of credit. He went from, talking about Daniels, super highly touted recruit to, are you really going to have a great college career at all? And took the challenge head on at LSU, outworked everybody. Right? It wasn't just a 1 week thing. It wasn't like, hey, I'm going to lose some weight and I go jogging one time and then I'm right back on the couch eating pizza and donuts. No. This is a lifestyle choice. This is how he's doing it from here on out. And that's continued from LSU here into the pros. Good sign.
And then what I love Dan Quinn talked about today was asked about Terry McLaurin. And he gave a specific example about what McLaurin does that he wants other players to pick up on. And he said that they gave everybody a list of things to improve on. They call it work-ons, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, me too.
That's actually something, even in my own life, I might think about. But you meet with every player individually. You give them a plan. Here are your work-ons. We want you to work on these couple things. Well, he said Terry's work-on, it sounds like, is making more plays after the catch, being more explosive and getting away from tacklers and turning that 10-yard catch into 15, 18, 20, whatever it is. Well, he said, very obviously, when you watch the tape from practice, after catches, even when no one's around, he's working on a little move or trying to be twitchy or kind of pretending, miming what might happen in a game where someone's right there and you got to avoid a tackler or whatever. And he's doing that. And so his work on is this thing that he's taken to the practice field. And so he took that tape and showed it in a team meeting to everyone else on the team and said, all right, when we say Terry's the guy to follow, here's what we mean. Because his work on is after the catch. And look what he's doing in practice with nobody watching after the catch. So 2 things I loved about that. 1, my sweet little Terry is the best. And 2, the work on thing. I think that's really, really cool.
I would I rubber stamp that. I also add that that's correct, by the way, for McLaurin. Averaged 12 yards a catch last year, pretty much. Not terrible, but also not what you want out of your number one. That's something that's missing. Now, part of that is a lot of times he's flat-footed when the ball gets there, not much you can do, but being able to make a move and turn a little into medium or a medium into a lot, that's absolutely the difference. So, yeah, I think that's the right thing.
We've got a 4-pack of tickets to the barbecue battle in D.C. coming up next weekend. If you want tickets, you better be listening at 4 o'clock in 20 minutes ahead of the Blitz. Our double play is next. At 5 o'clock today, we've not yet gotten into the Steven Strasburg story in the Washington Post, his exit interview with Barry Svrluga. We'll give you the details on what he said, and we'll try to figure out which side we're on, Team Strauss or the Nats, in the stare down between one of the great players in team history and the ball club. That's coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes. We are blitzing at 4. That's when we've got that 4-pack of tickets to the giant barbecue battle in D.C. But let's get to our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
Chiefs played some pickleball last night with the 28th or 27th, depends on your rankings, best pickleball player in the world. I was at Down the Line Sports Center in Fairfax, and there's the pro, Rafa Hewitt, who's obviously beyond absurd, and then two really good players who one is a club pro and another guy who's better than me, really, really good players. And so I was 4th out of 4, and I weaseled my way in there, like called in every favor I had. The point isn't to go through all the different games or whatever. That doesn't matter. The point is this: professionals. People who are so good at something that they make the complicated or extraordinary seem like it's the most effortless, basic, boring thing. Like in the middle of a point where everybody's hacking and whacking and the ball's spinning and it's going this way and that way, he's like offering instruction as he hits a shot that's better than anybody has ever hit in the history of their lives. You know what I mean? That's the only point of me bringing this up, is we see these guys and gals on TV. We see people do all sorts of stuff in every walk of life, right? The professionals at the highest level of whatever sport or otherwise are so unfathomably great that it sometimes takes one of those experiences. Like we talk about this all the time, sort of as shtick, where it's like when Usain Bolt's running 9.5 something down the track in 100 meters, they should just put Rich Eisen or just a regular dude on the infield next to him trying to run alongside to show what it looks like next to regular people. As Bolt is so relaxed, his cheek and jaws are kind of flapping in slow motion because he's just sort of so casual, how effortless his stride is. Whereas I'd be like grinning and grunting and gritting my teeth and barely able to crack 15 or 16 seconds running down that same track. But I think about stuff like that all the time. Being up close and personal right next to somebody that's a master at something that's that complicated is just awesome. And it's always cool to be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, you get that in every sport, certainly. Golf, to me, is the biggest difference between what it looks like on TV and how hard it actually is. On Friday this past week, I was out at my annual golf event. Once a year, everyone's like, how you been hitting them this year? And I'm like, well, 365 days ago, we were here.
Yeah, and I was ripping them. You should have seen me.
Right. My buddy, Jermon Bushrod, has a big event. We play at Meadows Farms down in Orange, Virginia, and it's a annual thing. A lot of great former NFL players come back, and he's a great guy, and I always love going and helping MC it and participate. And I'm out on the golf course, and I just watched golf a couple days before that. And you just see the chip onto the green, and you see the shot that rolls with the perfect backspin right to the cup. And then I shoot, and the ball goes into the woods. There is no bigger gap between how easy the best in the world make it look and how difficult it actually is, in my opinion, than golf. And maybe that speaks to my skill level. But yes, Steph Curry can hit 33s in a row in a pregame shoot around or whatever. That's amazing. No one you're pulling out of the crowd can do that. But we can all stand there and make threes, and you might get on a heater and make 3 or 4, something like that. I guess my point is, I can't think of anything more so than the consistency with which these golfers at the highest level, Scotty Scheffler, the draw, the ball, like basically the English you're putting on a ball, and the science that they've got it down to. I think the gap between like him and me is larger than any NFL player with a skill they have.
I know what you mean, yeah.
And a high school football player. It's incredible.
Yeah, Scheffler's about 218 yards away. He's got a 9-iron. He'll twist it around that set of trees and outcroppings and over the sand, but he's got to stop it within 4.5 feet so that it rolls to a dead stop right next to the hole. Let's see what he does.
Playing
and then
pool.
He does it.
Like, in pool, you're thinking about your
next shot before the shot. Yeah.
Whereas I'm just like, please, God, help this not.
What if this one went straight? Wouldn't that be cool?
And they're like, okay, I got to get it here, but then it's got to be in this area. And it's just, the gap between me and someone who's good at golf, like a Valdez or something, is night and day.
Like, well, hit the inside of the ball. So it really? Do you mean the tiny little golf ball? Hit that part of it? Or baseball players, like, I know it's coming at 97, 98 top of the zone.
So that's a good one, too.
I want you to hit the middle, the bottom half of the ball so that you get some elevation. Excuse me?
So to me, that's close to golf.
Mhm.
Although, I don't think hitters make it look as easy as golfers do, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, hitters are still getting out 70% of the time if they're leading the league in batting average.
Mhm.
Now, a home run derby, let's say, where someone stands in there, Pete Alonso or someone, and they're just hitting 470-foot nukes one after another, and on 20 swings, they're hitting 17 bolts or whatever. That's a good example of
Mhm.
making something look so easy. Because I took batting practice in a big league ballpark a couple of years ago, and I was fired up when I lifted a ball into the back of the infield, right? It was like anything that wasn't
Like
on
you crushed it.
Oh my God. Like everything was, it was comebackers to the L screen at the mound, right? It was, 4 hoppers to shortstop. So you lift the ball. Like it's, you just don't do it. It's just hard.
Mhm.
And then the next night I'm watching on the same field, Progressive in Cleveland, the home run derby, and Vladdy Jr. is going 480 or whatever. It's just, that gap's pretty big too.
It's a sizable one. But I just seeing it up close and personal reminds you, because these guys make it look so easy. And when you just, the regular peasant, the unwashed mass tries to do it, and you just go, oh my God, that is just way, way harder.
I saw Mike Rizzo recently, and this was in fun. I mean, he was being funny. He wasn't being mean about it. But we were talking, I can't even remember what player I was asking him about. Might have been Elijah Green, if I had to guess, who just goes like 0 for 4, 1 for 4 with 2 or 3 strikeouts just about every night. But he's very, very young, right? He's a young player who was a top 5 pick just a couple of years ago. And because he strikes out about half the time as a professional, he doesn't hit. Like, he's been a huge disappointment. He's hitting 173. Now, Rizzo and his staff would tell you the guy's 20 in an A ball and you need to relax. But the reason I bring this up is I remember in this conversation, again, it was joking and it was in jest, but Rizzo was like, basically, he said, you experts, man, it looks so easy for you guys,
right.
like,
yes.
You experts have it all figured out. Elijah should be doing this. He's like, it's a hard game down there. Don't forget that. And it's just a good point.
It
I
is.
think.
Mhm.
Which two things can be true. I think analytically, like, you still got to do the job. So if Kyle Finnegan goes out there and walks the yard and blows a game, you can say as much, and you can say he had a bad game. But it's a good thing to remember that this is not easy, and that what these guys are doing,
it's unfathomably hard.
Way harder than they make it look.
Like hitting at the middle tier college level was really hard.
Yeah.
Multiply that times dozens, and you're in A ball. You know what I mean? Like the gap between a dude in the show hitting 277 and old Randy Douye knocking a couple of doubles around at the George Washington University. That's a sizable gap too, bro.
Home of the
Revolutionaries.
Yes.
That really rolls off the tongue and it feels natural and normal.
I was looking for the Revs.
The Revs.
Home of the Revs.
Time for the Revs to rev it up. Are you ready, fans?
Do they do that bit? They
I sure as hell hope
the
not.
Revs are revving it up.
All right, guys, time to rev it up in the arena.
Double play. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stopping for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. The Beltway Blitz right at the top of the hour here, and those tickets to the Giant Barbecue Battle. If you thought women's basketball was the only entity that excluded one of its biggest stars, you're probably wrong. Sounds like Joey Chestnut might be banned from participating in the hot dog eating contest this year. We'll get into that coming up in just a bit on Grant and Danny. Beltway Blitz coming up. We're covering the Nationals, the NFL, and the Commanders. Remember that the exclusive sponsor of this radio program is the law firm of Condori and Murad. They can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a medical power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you, and you'll get a discount, kmlawyers.com. We promised you tickets. Let's give those away. Caller 10-800-636-1067. You're getting a 4-pack of tickets to the 32nd Annual Giant Barbecue Battle, June 22nd, 23rd, historic Pennsylvania Avenue. Family fun for everyone. They've got 100 free food and drink samples, giant Corks to Caps tasting tent, Monster Energy Extreme Sports, live music on the Pepsi Taste Summer Stage, and a whole lot more. Go to thefandc.com/events for details. Let's get the Blitz started. And to talk about the Nats, we've got our guy, Pete Medhurst, in crystal clear Comrex audio from an undisclosed location. Nats getting started a 3-game series in Detroit. They are skipping Patrick Corbin. Mitchell Parker on the bump tonight, 6:40 first pitch against the Tigers. Pete, what do you make of the decision to skip Corbin? What does it tell us about where he's at in the grand scheme of things?
I mean, Grant, look, let's face it. I mean, yeah, he's a veteran. He's done this. He probably understands this completely right now. He's just not as competitive consistently as the other pitchers are right now. To me, this is an easy decision for Davey, for Jim Hickey, Sean Doolittle, everybody that's involved is the pitching conglomerate now with the Washington Nationals. And, right now, based on performance, to me, this is an easy decision for the club. And look, I mean, Mitchell Parker, I mean, what's one of the biggest complaints? You guys have talked about this a lot with fans over the last couple of years is, where are the guys that are developed in the system? Well, this is a guy right here that has answered that call. And so far, in his first set of big league starts, I mean, he's delivered consistently for this team. To me, it's an easy decision right now. Take a little pressure off the veteran and see if the young kids can continue to carry you in the rotation.
So, Pete, what do you think it means then? Once Josiah Gray's back, he's working, and Kate Cavalli may be a couple weeks behind. But how's the rotation going to play out then? What could you see the corresponding move being?
Danny, I think that's the fascinating question. Yeah. Obviously, do you add an extra guy, and because you're trying to manage some of the innings of the younger pitchers, and maybe you add an extra guy, you go a little bit longer in that rotation. Perhaps you hope your phone rings. Maybe some team would be willing to take a veteran left-hander off your hands in that, 1 in a million opportunity there that could possibly occur. I could certainly see an additional arm to the rotation to try and manage the innings of the young pitchers that way. And, maybe at some point, look, this is a performance business. Every athlete understands that. If the performance doesn't get better, maybe they then have to make a more difficult decision at that time. I could certainly see them adding a guy maybe to the rotation at first as a way to try and manage the innings of the younger pitchers, because remember, they're still very much in contention for this wild card thing. And I think knowing Davey and Mike, and you guys know them very well, they've been here long enough. We've had many conversations on the record and off with both men. These are very competitive people. They don't like losing. If there's a chance to compete and be a part of this, they're certainly going to do what they can to stay a part of the wild card race here in the National League.
Pete, did you have your antenna go up like I did on the Kate Cavalli news? For people that haven't been tracking it really quickly, Cavalli was obviously one of the highest ceiling arms in the entire organization, got hurt, missed all of last year, is coming back from TJ. He had a rehab start, and they basically said they're backing him off, but they're making it sound like it's not because of injury, but he's ahead of schedule. He's going to go a couple of weeks without starting. That just sounds really weird to me.
Danny, or Grant, maybe they know something that obviously they're not going to disclose. Look, this is an organization that keeps information closer to the vest than the vest itself. Maybe there's something they're excited, certainly, that maybe he's ahead of schedule. But, with pitchers right now, particularly guys that you hope are a long-term portion of your future, at this point, they're probably in a situation where, look, we've got a bunch of guys that are in the rotation right now that are throwing the ball well. We don't need to push Cade Cavalli very much right now because we want to make sure that he is a long-term portion of this rotation going forward. And look, I think as we saw with Steven Strasburg through the years, the many times where they had to start, stop with him, I think maybe lessons learned from that. One of the reasons why they're not going to get overly excited. They're happy, but they're not going to get overly excited and push Cade Cavalli here because they want to make sure he's part of the long-term plan of this club.
Pete, if we're doing high school superlatives like for a yearbook here for the Nationals right now, who's most likely to be traded at the deadline?
It's a great question. As someone who was the most talkative senior superlative at his high school, shocker, I know. As I look at this group, when I saw, and obviously I called the game the other day with Charlie, if somebody like Nick Senzel, does that a little bit more, because of his versatility. Remember, that's a guy with tremendous positional versatility. That's a guy that I think teams would actually maybe make a call on as an extra along the way because he can do so many different things. Clearly, the phone is going to ring about some of the people in the bullpen. Those guys look, the back two guys, have been better than you could have ever expected in terms of Finnegan, where he's gotten to in his career. Harvey, of course, Sans one outing here of late. Teams are going to call. They're going to beg Mike. They're going to say, Mike, what does it take? They're going to wear Mike down on that. They're going to be like, what do we got to do? What do we got to do? What do we got to do? His phone's going to ring for weeks now for those guys in the back end of the bullpen. But, as you know, relievers are so important later in the season. That phone's going to ring constantly about guys like Law, guys like Floro. Those Dylan's pitched, very well for this team out of the bullpen. That's where the phone's going to ring very much. I just don't know how much value anybody from a lineup perspective that they would even consider dealing. I'm not sure how much value those guys would bring you. The arms bring you much more usually in return as we head toward that deadline at the end of next month.
Pete, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Always. Thank you.
Listen to Pete pre and post ahead of Nats baseball. All right, let's talk football. And to talk about the National Football League, our buddy Nate Davis, USA Today. Nate, Aaron Rodgers, unexcused absence from Jets camp. What do you make of this?
I think probably bad optics. Not really a big deal, and unexcused absence, but not. I guess you'd say unexpected. The Jets, kind of knew this was coming. He was there yesterday for media day, and now he's out at some event that's important to him. But I think 10 days into training camp or whatever, maybe not even that long. No one's going to remember this.
Look, how he plays this year will be what we remember, obviously. But it's fair to say this has been a disaster so far, right?
I don't know that you can fault the team for a guy getting hurt 4 snaps into his tenure. Robert Saleh said all the right things about him being around the team. He's been around the team all spring. Aaron Rodgers, that is, which isn't something he normally did with the Packers. Obviously this hasn't gone the way the Jets would have liked, and they were the same team last year that they basically were in 2022, which was like a shorthanded hockey team. But you can't. I guess I'm sugarcoating it. They didn't expect to be 7-10 last year. They certainly expect to be a playoff team this year. But I'm curious to see how this all comes together when he's in there, because I think if he's kind of average plus, given the nature of this defense and all the playmakers in this roster, they ought to be a pretty tough out.
Nate, the league is, payrolls or more specifically, wide receiver pay has gone through the roof here over the last couple of seasons. There's probably more in line now. All the non-quarterbacks in the top 10, it's going to be like 7-8 receivers and maybe a couple pass rushers. What's the smarter play right now, to make sure you got one of those marquee guys paying whatever you have to, or try to go almost what teams have done with quarterback and try to go cheap there, get a guy on a rookie deal, try to maximize that?
Well, I think anytime you can do that, get a guy for cheap and hope that he blossoms. That's what you want to do. It's an interesting point, Danny. Receivers receivers and pass rushers to some degree too, used to be players that took a little bit longer to develop, kind of like quarterbacks. I mean, those were the guys that you kind of saw take that big jump from year one to year two. But we've seen quarterbacks like C.J. Stroud and receivers like Puka Nacua and Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson all really come out of the gates on fire in recent years. So I think you're kind of just seeing less of that steep learning curve from college to pros. Or, I mean, it really kind of goes into how much development now happens in high school and all these 7-on-7 camps with players in some of these positions. But, anytime you can get a marquee player and know that you've got contract control on them for five years and maybe more franchise tags, obviously it really helps you build out the rest of your roster. But, I still think obviously the one you want to really do that with is a quarterback. I think that's why you see the Texans, just given their costs, why you see a team like the Texans loading up their roster everywhere around C.J. Stroud to maximize that window that they've got with him. Same thing, 49ers is probably the last year they're going to have Brock Purdy for cheap, and probably the last year they're going to have a stacked roster as they do around him.
Other than Michael Penix, who was kind of drafted to redshirt, do you think any of those other 6 QBs that went in the top 12 aren't starting by midseason?
I think J.J. McCarthy, depending on how Sam Darnold plays and kind of how well he shows that he's ready to play, could be one that maybe sits for a while. And I do think that's a tough division. Arguably, the NFC North is going to give the AFC North, I think, a kind of run for its money as the toughest one in the league. So I think it partially depends on how Sam Darnold plays. But I mean, if the Vikings are, whatever, if they're 4-6 going into their bye or whatever, there's probably not a whole lot of reason to keep playing Sam Darnold and let J.J. McCarthy go ahead and play. But I think, to me, he's the one. I mean, I guess Drake may to an extent too, just given how bad the Patriots roster is. I don't know that I'd want to rush him out there kind of with the dearth of weapons and protection around him, particularly given the experience Jacoby Brissett brings to that spot. So I don't know that you'll necessarily see him playing immediately. I mean, to answer your question, are they all going to be playing on midseason? It's possible, and we always hear that we're not going to rush this guy out here. To your point, Grant, I mean, usually they're out there by week 6 or week 7 at the latest.
Nate, thank you as always, bud. Have a great week.
Thank you, guys.
See you, my friend. Hit the sounder for that local 53 whose football team name should change. Earl Forsey joins us to break them down. Earl, are you letting yourself wonder and dream a little bit with all the positive praise that's coming Jaden Daniels' way early on here and OTAs and minicamp and stuff? Are you letting yourself dream?
It's easy. Yeah, it's easy. It's yes, because this is the best quarterback prospect this team has had, and maybe even including RG3 if we go back to 2012. Look, this, with the total package of what he can be. Now, I know there's questions and, there's always going to be naysayers about something. For him, it's his size. Because, is he going to be durable enough to play in the NFL? Made it through the SEC, the junior NFL pretty well. So I'm not concerned about that. He's got the tools. He's got the arm, the athletic ability, the running ability. Sure. Yeah. And if it doesn't work out, you know what? You try again in a couple of years or a few years. I mean, this team, has not had much to work with at quarterback. Look, even for my generation, Danny, I mean, I go back as a kid to, Billy versus Sonny. Okay. So, Sonny was a traded for veteran from the Eagles. Billy Kilmer was a cast off. Joe Theismann was a punt returner for the Dolphins. I mean, this has not been Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning, at quarterback, or Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. This team has always kind of just found a guy and stashed a Stan Humphries on the roster and put him on IR late in the summer with a blood disorder, or Mark Rippon pops up somewhere, or they signed Doug Williams from the USFL, a cast off. This is what this franchise was built on. So yes, you should be excited. I think, guys, but really in general, football fans in DC are so beaten up by the drudgery and the despair of the last 3 decades. I can't blame you, because a lot of you, that's all you know. But it's okay to have hope. It's okay to be excited. It's okay to be enthused. Why not? Whatever the win-loss is this year, they've taken a step in the right direction organizationally, from coaches, everything, owners, players, everything. The stench of the Rivera era is gone. Thank goodness. adults and competent football people are in charge, and I think you should be excited. I mean, allow yourself a little fun, right? My wife, she said, have some fun. Okay, football fans in DC, have some fun with this. Yes, you should be excited.
We were talking about this yesterday, and it's along the lines of what you were just referencing. This post poll that suggested the Commanders have fallen to third behind the Nats and the Capitals.
Unreal.
Among sports, fandom in this city. Do you believe that?
I'm not sure. And I think it's just part recency bias because, again, most DC sports fans know the despair and the angst of being a Washington football fan with a bad owner that everybody hates and a team that stinks and coaches that are out of their league and no quarterback, et cetera, et cetera. So, the Caps at least have won a championship, a Stanley Cup here in recent years, and the Nationals. But, Grant, I grew up in a DC sports market that was always maligned by the national media perspective that it was not a baseball town. You had the Senators twice, and you lost them twice to two cities in the 70s, 60s, and 70s. You can't have a baseball team in DC. We found out that wasn't the case, right? So it doesn't surprise me, but I also know that this town is waiting to explode. The football fans are waiting to explode with something that is fun again when it comes to NFL football. And that's just kind of, I think it's just a bubbling undercurrent of the large majority that has kind of been embarrassed out of contention as far as sports fans in this town that will quickly come back if this team really has a quarterback and a team within a year or two that's a contender. No doubt in my mind. Hey, can I know I'm out of time or close to it. Can I talk about this, the big story of the day?
Go for it.
What do we got?
The Joey Chestnut banishment. What's going on?
Yeah,
we
we're
have been
getting into that
denied
next.
competitive eating. Oh, you're going to have someone else talk about it?
No. We're going to talk about
Yeah,
it.
Grant and Danny.
Get it started.
Okay. It brings up. So first of all, we've all been denied one of the great rivalries in sports or in competitive eating, Kobayashi and Joey Chestnut, which it never really got off the ground. It should have been Sosa McGuire. It should have been something like that. Because Kobayashi went away. So Chestnut has been dominant, 8 in a row, 16-time champion. So he signed with another hot dog company. You saw what happened, right? And it was I think the report's 4 years, 12 million, 1.2 million bucks. So not bad, $300,000 a year for eating a bunch of hot dogs and shrimp and whatever he eats. He's got like 117 records. So this is one of the highlights of midsummer when there's nothing going on, that hot dog eating contest. And now it's just going to be, a bunch of Jags out there, guys that eat like 12 hot dogs. So it's
just regular zeros.
Yeah, just
kind of regular, just like guys in the in the backyard. But it brings up a very important subject for me because it's related to something I read. So I'm gonna quiz you. This is a story, and I just read it the other day. A study that was done by a company that analyzes food, and they were analyzing hot dogs. 345 hot dog samples from 75 brands and 10 different retailers. 2% of the hot dog samples contained blank. What?
I hate
340.
I'm going to say like horse meat or something.
We need some music behind this. What do you think, Danny? 2%, 345 hot dog samples. And again, this is 75 brands. This is not a small sample size of just one company.
I don't even want to hazard a guess. I mean, parts that shouldn't be in there is what I'll say.
2%.
Yeah.
2% of 345 hot dog samples contained human DNA.
There you go.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Right.
Now,
that's about 7 hot dogs. Boys.
July 4th is coming up.
It is 7 hot dogs. You're right, which is 7 too many.
Yes.
Two-thirds. I mean, this study was apparently done in 2015. The story was, I don't know how I stumbled onto it from last year. It's like, how was this buried for 8 years? What's going on? Now, they say it's not what you think, that it's a lack of it's not good. A lack of hygiene, hair and skin dander falling into the mixture,
no.
which
that's
still doesn't.
not better.
It's not better.
Yeah.
It's just not better at all.
It's all gross, Earl.
Thanks, Earl.
Happy barbecues.
Yeah.
As you
head
head out this week.
Yeah, exactly. When you hear the glass, it's you eating a hot dog, thinking
man.
about grabbing one off the grill on July 4th. There you go. You came for the blitz. You had hot dogs ruined for you forever by our guy, Earl Forsey.
He brings it
ladies
one
and
way or the
gentlemen.
other. When you bring on Earl, it's going to get rotten, and that's what happened.
Speaking of hot dogs, we will get into what's going on with Joey Chestnut. He might get Caitlin Clark. Might be too famous for competitive eating. Also, 4:45 today. Terry McLaurin loves him some Jaden Daniels. We've got audio to prove it on Grant and Danny. G&D live on the Fan, taking you up to 6:15 tonight. Nats Tigers 6:45 in Detroit. Mitchell Parker on the hill. We'll give you a preview of the game before we get out of here. And speaking of the Nationals, I do want to get into the Strasburg story in the Washington Post with Barry Sperluga from this weekend. Got into why Strasburg is at odds with the team. Something that we can take out a shovel on at the top of the hour in about 30 minutes. But you just heard Earl talking about this. This is a massive story. It's the summer, and one of the big events every summer for sports fans is to watch the gluttonous eating of competitive eaters as they get together to pummel hot dogs. And Joey Chestnut wins another championship every year on July 4th as to who can eat the most hot dogs. Guy pummels 62 hot dogs in 10 minutes. Danny, it looks like he is going to be banned from this year's hot dog eating contest because Joey Chestnut has a deal with Impossible Foods, which is like the fake meats.
Yes.
So reading from ESPN.com, the 16-time champion of the Nathan's Famous hot dog eating contest will not compete in the annual 4th of July event next month, according to Major League Eating. A spokesperson of Major League Eating, MLE, told ESPN that Chestnut had chosen to represent another hot dog brand, therefore would not be allowed to participate in the Nathan's contest. Chestnut, competitive eating's biggest star, who has won the event 8 straight years, reportedly agreed to a sponsorship deal with Impossible Foods, a company that makes plant-based hot dogs, and a competing company to Nathan's. Nathan's, because of this, does not want Joey Chestnut involved, apparently. This is the Caitlin Clark situation.
There you go.
Me. You got one guy that anybody knows on that stage, ladies and gentlemen. One, it's Joey Chestnut. With all apologies to, Crazy Legs Terrence and Big Arms Steve, and they all got wacky names. A Big Belly Bart, whoever else is up there. People are there for one reason, because Joey Chestnut is going to pummel 60 hot dogs, and he's going to win another title, and he's going to look gross doing it. That's why they're coming. Now, I'm over this. I won't watch it anymore. I think it's just disgusting.
Yep.
There was a time in my life where I found it really funny and entertaining. I don't know why, but I'm past that time.
Yeah, I've been out for some time.
Having said that, how is this different than the Caitlin Clark thing, where the person that brings you all your fame is being sidelined? You don't want her on the Olympic team. You're just saying no to attention and revenue and money and eyeballs. What are you thinking?
So I'm just reading this article here from NBC News. Greg Rosenstein wrote this. Asked if Chestnut was banned from the event, Richard Shea of Major League Eating said no. He says there is no ban, he told NBC News. Major League Eating wants him there. The fans want him there. Nathan's wants him there. So I guess it's the new sponsorship, which makes it illegal?
Don't know.
Or something?
That's semantics to me, because here's a statement in an ESPN.com story where MLE and Nathan's went to great lengths in recent months to accommodate Joey and his management team, agreeing to the appearance fee and allowing Joey to compete in a rival unbranded hot dog eating contest on Labor Day. For nearly 2 decades, we have worked under the same basic hot dog exclusivity provisions. However, it seems that Joey and his managers have prioritized a new partnership with a different hot dog brand over our long-time relationship, end quote. So it sounds like there's some animus here. This is quoted to Major League Eating in a statement.
Yeah, so I think we read the same thing, but it comes to a different conclusion. To me, they'd like him there. They even say we'd like him there. I think the new sponsorship is not letting him go. He prioritized that over coming to win the contest. So in other words, to me, this is very different than the Caitlin Clark thing. The equivalent would be Caitlin Clark going, you know what, I'm not really into the Olympics. I don't really want to go because I got a Gatorade sponsorship or something. If they were not in concert there. So this looks to me like this Impossible hot dog is the villain.
That may be. I mean, the initial report from this is so dumb. ESPN's report on this said that he was banned. Now, the headline currently reads, sponsor conflict, keeping Joey Chestnut from hot dog eating contest. But the way this was initially reported, I'm sure you saw it like I did.
I did.
Was that Joey Chestnut is not being allowed to participate. because he is sponsored by another hot dog brand and Nathan's is the sponsor of this event. If it is, in fact, that Impossible Meats, which is fake meat, I think.
Yes.
And they're like, this is a bad look for us if you're up on stage eating 62
pummeling the real stuff.
real hot dogs. We can't have you do that. Then okay. You chose the money over this event. And to your point, this isn't a Caitlin Clark situation. But when you use the word banned, that he's not allowed to participate, that he is told he can't join the stage, you're kicking your biggest star out. So if that's the case, that's ridiculous.
It is indeed. It's a mistake for everybody involved. It's a mistake for the Impossible people, if that's what the case is. Again, I'm just looking at this one quote. Major League Eating wants him there. The fans want him there. And Nathan's wants him there. If this is Impossible Meats, whatever they're called, if they're doing this wrong, stupid, what better showcase?
Well, so let's workshop that. If Impossible Meats doesn't want him there because they are pro non-real meat, like synthetic meat, I don't know what it's called.
Or plant-based, whatever.
Yeah, and their whole mission statement is eating meat is bad for the environment and bad for your health, and I have no idea. But if that's the case, then you can't have your poster child up there pummeling 62 hot dogs. I would agree with that.
So here's where...
Even if it brings notoriety and fame to him and maybe, you know, if he's wearing a T-shirt that says Impossible Meats, maybe to you as well, I still think the people that eat that meat are vegetarians, they're vegans, that they don't want to see the person that's on the cover of all of the merch, I would imagine, eating 62 hot dogs.
Then they made a tragic mistake. This is a meat eater. He owns the record, not just for hot dogs. He's got pulled pork sandwiches, ribs, shrimp, everything under the sun. So you made a mistake. If you need the guy gets paid because he eats.
I agree.
And he eats all the things. And if you want him to become a vegetarian, then it's probably then Joey Chestnut's agent stinks because he needs 10,000 times more than he got.
Maybe they're playing checkers while Danny Rouillet's still sitting there playing chess.
You know what I'm saying?
Because maybe their idea was one competitive eater at a time will sign them, and it's 62 hot dogs that don't get consumed. All of the competitions.
It's worth 1.2 milli to you to make sure 60 don't get eaten.
All the competitions that he was going to join to eat the ribs and the pork shoulder and the shrimps and all this other stuff. They're saving all those shrimp lives. One competition at a time.
Like $200,000 per hot dog.
One competitive eater at a time. What do you think?
I don't think so.
They're playing chess.
I think everyone involved is wrong. That's where I'm going. I need the guy. And again, I don't care. I'm not watching it. I think it's gross. But I need the guy that's known for eating all the hot dogs to eat all the hot dogs. Okay, that's number one. And if you sign the dude because he eats all the hot dogs, they didn't sign me. They signed the guy that's famous for eating all the hot dogs. You need to let him do that so that people pay attention to your brand. The only way people are paying attention now is you're the guy that didn't let the hot dog eating guy eat the hot dogs. So you're the villain and you stink. See what I'm saying? Like if you got your vegetarians already, my brother and sister-in-law are vegetarians. They probably love that brand. If you're trying to get me, this is not how you get me.
So common sense to me, my guess, this is speculative, would be that Nathan's is not allowing him to participate. Because when you sign a competitive eater who's a superstar for eating competitively, you probably don't want him to miss out on the biggest event. This is the only time all year where he's relevant. You pay this guy $1 million to be your poster child. It would be like signing someone and then telling the golfer that you sign they can't participate in the Masters. This is the one time all year anybody cares about Joey Chestnut. It would make absolutely no sense for a company that wants him to help push their product to not have him in the public eye. What would make more sense to me, even though it, again, is ridiculous, would be if Nathan's has a deal that says if you sign on with other companies, you can't participate in the Nathan's contest or something like that. That's the one of the two that would make more sense to me in terms of how we got here. But regardless, if he's not participating, it's like Clark not being at the game.
Yep.
Nobody's watching it. It's not the same. Joey Chestnut is the star. He is the show. He's the reason.
Yeah, it used to be the rivalry. Can he
in.
overcome Kobayashi, the guy, the dude that probably weighs 125 pounds?
And we never got them going head-to-head at the peak of their powers. It was like Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather.
Because Kobayashi got banned a couple different times over. I don't remember what the story was.
I believe it was because of Impossible Meats.
You think it was?
I'm just kidding.
I don't know. So, yeah, you're right. We missed that. But now the star is this one dude. I need everybody involved to do the smart thing, which is to have him compete. That's what I would like to have happen. And again, it's not for me. I don't have a horse in the
You're
race.
not watching one way or the other.
Yeah.
But let Joey eat some hot dogs.
I hate bad process. I hate when people cut off their nose to spite their face.
There's one reason that anybody checks this thing out.
Mm-hmm. Can he beat 76, which is his record, by the way?
It's Joey Chestnut.
76.
If he's not there, they shouldn't do the event. Just pack up and go home and try again next year when he's out of his deal.
Now, you eat so fast. Could you eat 8 hot dogs in a minute almost?
No. Are you kidding? Zero chance. In a minute?
Yeah. If you get 10 minutes, his record's 76. I'm not saying you do 76. That's the world record.
I couldn't eat 8 hot dogs in 10 minutes.
Could you do 7 in 1 minute? Just the dog.
You're being ridiculous.
Like that's the only thing you have to do.
No.
Yeah, no way, right?
What a dumb question.
Could you do 3?
No. In a minute?
3 in a minute.
No.
Just hot dog, not the bun.
I understand. No.
Yes, you could.
No,
you eat so fast. You eat a whole steak in 4 minutes.
Very different.
You do the knife thing where you fork and you stab it super hard.
Yeah.
Like it's still alive.
You get it.
And you saw one time and you maybe scrape the plate a little bit.
Yeah.
And you chew 2 times, and then you ask people questions about their hair or their meal.
Yes. You pretty much have
You're done in 4 minutes.
Correct. Very different than eating 8 hot dogs in 1 minute. Very different. I could not do that. Terry McLaurin's a big Jaden Daniels fan. Wait to hear this audio next on G&D. G&D on the Fan. Welcome back. Today is OTA day, turned into mini camp number 1 out in Ashburn. Organized team activity this week is a formal mini camp. Everybody's got to go. Everybody mandated to be there or eligible to be fined. Washington at 100% participation in their previous OTAs. Shouldn't be an issue moving forward now. With the mandated activities, everybody showed today. You already heard from Dan Quinn. How about what one of the leaders on this team, Terry McLaurin, had to say about Jaden Daniels? He seems very, very impressed with the young quarterback. We've got a couple of clips here talking about Jaden's touch on the deep ball, the way he's been throwing the football out at minicamp.
His touch on the deep balls is amazing. I love getting extra reps with after practice with him, with just catching the top end of a deep ball. That's big for me. I get to track the ball over my shoulder, and it's big for him to be able to get used to dropping the ball in the bucket. But he just naturally has an ability to throw the ball. He sees the windows really well, and now he's just continue to get adjusted to the speed and the pass rush. I think he's these reps that he's getting are unbelievable during 11 on 11 because he's getting to field Payne and Allen and DA and Cleveland Farrell. We got some dogs up there who are going to come after him. You know what I mean? And we got some great guys up front who are going to protect him. And so these reps, I feel like, are even better than just 7 on 7. 7 on 7, I think he could do it in his sleep, to be fair. He throws the ball really well. But when you get this 11 on 11, 2-minute drill, you're putting him in game-like situations. And I'm looking him in his eye. I'm like, yeah, we playing real ball now. We playing, you know what I mean? And you just see no anxiousness in his game and his demeanor, which is extremely exciting. And then, he's extremely lighthearted and he's always smiling. So he's joking with linemen, D-line. He's just cool with everybody. And like I said, for a rookie quarterback to come in like that, where guys are gravitating to him and he's not afraid to be who he is, that's dope. I think he has a bright future.
So that's Terry McLaurin after practice today. Look, for the most part, this is the time of year where guys are just going to say the nice thing.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between saying what you're supposed to say and then pretty clearly seeing that somebody is smitten, whether that's a coach with a young player or, in this case, McLaurin with his teammate. Just saying words. When he was asked about quarterbacks in the past, Sam or anybody else, we could go find the cuts. He would say nice things. He throws a great ball. He does this. He does that. To me, this goes a little bit further, though. This is a pretty clear indicator. That's a 1-and-5-second answer when someone asked you, how did Jaden do today? And I thought the same thing with Dan Quinn. I remember when Jay would be up at the podium finding something nice to say about the first practice.
Sure,
for
it's that time of year, yeah.
Robert or Dwayne or whatever. But this does feel a little bit different and better, I would say.
Without a doubt. And the cynical and the snarky, those that don't want to believe, and by the way, I get it. I'm pretty cynical too when it comes to everything that has to do with this football team. That's only 30 some years of built-in failure. But they said nice things about Heineke too, or they said nice things about this guy too. I get it. I understand. But if you follow this sort of thing, and we happen to for part of our gig, you know the difference. There's a difference between like, yeah, he's out here competing, we're grinding, we're working hard every day. What did you really say about the person? Right? You didn't really say much at all. That's cliche. There's difference between going, and this attribute, and this attribute, and this attribute, and this thing, and oh my gosh, and then there's this. There's a glowing thing that comes through. So it's not always about the cliches or a bit of the content that, it just sounds recycled. You could just change the name and the date. That's different. Now, does that mean he's going to win Rookie of the Year? I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't necessarily translate into anything. There are no games to be played at this point. But that does sound more glowing, I would say. If you've heard Terry McLaurin talk in the offseason, he's had a bunch of different quarterbacks. None of them have been any good, to be frank with you. It doesn't sound that way when he was talking about the rank and file.
Here was McLaurin when he was asked more about the personality or some of the kind of demeanor traits of Jaden Daniels, which I thought was also telling.
He's very charismatic. I think he's really personal when he walks into the building. He just has a calm demeanor about him. He's very approachable. So guys have no problem, whether you're an offensive lineman, receiver, running back, talking to him, communicating what the objective is of this play or what he's seeing, what he's thinking. And he came in really prepared. I feel like when he was getting ones reps or where he's working with the twos, like he does a great job of getting the most out of the reps that he needs to accomplish. And I think he's going to be a really good player because of the time and the work that he puts in. Like, I don't think I've had a young quarterback that really has come in and within the first week, he's like, hey, can we get this route or let me get this rep after practice? And so it's exciting for me because, that opens the door where they got a lot on their plate, but at the same time, when there's that open door of communication and he's not afraid to get that work in before or after practice or talk through things, it makes the growth part a lot quicker. And he's very talented, but he's extremely humble as well. And I'm looking forward to see how he continues to grow. And it's hard to pinpoint when you're around him more. You can really tell, like, he's humble, but he's confident in his ability. Like, he's played at the highest level. He's played against really great competition, and he knows that he can make all the throws. So he's not putting the cart before the horse. He's literally taking this thing day by day, and he's doing a really good job right now.
Terry McLaurin on Jaden Daniels, specifically there comparing him to other quarterbacks he's worked with and said, haven't had anybody do this, which tells you he's going a little bit further, a little bit above and beyond compared to the expectation for a young guy. Speaking of above and beyond, one of the great playoff performers in DC sports history, Steven Strasburg, an exit interview in the Post this weekend, got into detail on why he and the Nats are seemingly at odds. Let's talk about that next on Grant and Danny. Attaboy, Darius. Real ones know.
Yeah.
As the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm of Condori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Barry's for Lugo wrote a piece. The exit interview with Steven Strasburg came out on Saturday in the Post. We wanted to go through some of the particulars in this story as we set up a convo with you guys about there's two pretty distinct sides here. Strasburg, who doesn't really think he should be around the team being hurt at this point, and the club, who pretty clearly wants him around. We'll get into that. But here's the story. So Washington Post this weekend, it opens with Barry and Strasburg kind of setting the scene here. Strauss is telling him about moving out of his place. And while moving, he's moving officially, it sounds like, to San Diego, getting everything out of his house in the McLean area. He's going cross country. And this was like his last interview and one of his only interviews, frankly, since he stopped pitching before he flew cross country. So they called it the exit interview. They're sitting, what it sounds like, at a nice seafood restaurant with cloth tables in Tyson's Corner. And Strauss is providing an anecdote that the mover who came to his house to help pack up all of his stuff was kind of moving some of his jerseys, his framed jerseys off the wall. And he said the guy got emotional. He says, it hits you, all these people who stop you, who just say thank you. It makes you realize that, yeah, maybe it didn't meet your personal expectations, but people saw it. They saw the work that went into it, and they saw you had an impact. And that's the first time. One of the themes in this story is pretty clearly, we talk all the time about, did Strauss meet everybody's expectations? He's down on himself and really going through it mentally.
Yeah.
Because he did not meet his own expectations.
He was as highly touted as any pitching prospect in my lifetime. It's up there with Mark Pryor, Kerry Wood, probably Strasburg, and sort of this new modern era of baseball. He was the rock star before he got to the major leagues. It's more routine now, right? Where college baseball has got more exposure and there's more YouTube videos or Instagram videos. Yeah, but before there was that, everyone was checking out San Diego State stats, for whatever weekend game, pitching against St. Mary's or whomever, right? As he was just shoving and doing things that nobody had done. It's not far more commonplace, but still, he was a star before he got here.
He said, I wouldn't say I was really beating myself up, but I didn't feel good about it. I felt like I failed. I didn't accomplish what was asked of me. Pretty telling that he is forever now, because he's done pitching. His career's over. He's officially retired. He's got to make peace with the fact that not on his own terms, his career came to a screeching halt. Right after the peak of his powers in 2019, the unbelievable World Series run, he's statistically one of the greatest playoff pitchers ever. If you extrapolate out his success in the postseason and the team's success when he pitched, it's a 103-win season over 162 games, from when he even threw in the regular season. Then he was better than that in the playoffs. But he signs the 7-year, $245 million deal. He gets all that money, obviously, and everybody likes talking about that. But you also got to deal with now that you threw 30 innings after that, and that he himself beats himself up for not being able to deliver on the goods. He goes on to say, you could talk about the contract, whatever, but it was more like, this was the expectation, and this is what I had in mind. I worked my butt off, and it's like I got to the point where I couldn't do any more, and it just wasn't attainable. That really wears on your psyche. So you have a tendency to just sit here in the middle of it and dwell on all the shortcomings and not necessarily all the success. But then when you have people there and they come up to you and say, I just want to thank you. Like, thank you. In my head, for what? I'm like, man, yeah, no problem. But I'm also kind of battling with this. Thanks for what? He's in a bad place mentally in some ways. And it makes sense. All he's ever known is being one of the greatest baseball players ever.
Yeah.
And then that gets ripped away. And you got to now recalibrate. I'm dad. I'm husband. I have these other valuable areas of my life. But the thing that has made people happy for so long, I can't give him anymore.
Yeah, it is not an easy thing to deal with. And again, there are folks with more significant problems, less, whatever. It's not to say that he's a victim in all this necessarily, but it's to say that I understand that feeling. Again, I'm not Steven Strasburg. I've never had that kind of career. But at the end of my 4 years, it was like, your service is no longer required. Go do something else. What do you mean? I've been doing this for 20 years. This is who I am. It's part of my identity. And it's like, nope, the expectation is the team's playing tomorrow night. You're not part of it. Like, come on, move. And it's this really strange thing because it's as he kind of points out and talks about this in the story, it's who he was. The expectations that he had for himself was that he was this guy. He was the man. He was the horse that you were going to ride. He was the superstar. He was the difference maker. And now that's ripped away, not because he's like, I don't feel like it anymore, but because he physically can't. That's a big thing to deal with.
Reading from the Washington Post, the Strasburg exit interview, we'll get to him being at odds with the team here as this story goes on. So next chapter, so to speak, in this piece Barry wrote was about some of the trauma that and the injuries that he overcame. Starting in 2018, his symptoms for the thoracic outlet syndrome begin. Ultimately, he has one rib removed and two nerves in his neck that were actually taken out of his neck. Very serious operation, right? He ends up having that procedure done in 2018. That thoracic outlet surgery, I mean, Danny, it's just something that guys don't really come back from. I mean, there's not much of a precedent of pitchers having much success on the other side of it. But he got to a point where his hand was tingling. He didn't really have feeling in his arm. Like the way he was living his life, it wasn't working. And even though he did everything he could to come back, as he put it, it just wasn't going to happen.
No. And, again, remember he had surgery for carpal tunnel syndrome. And that was actually a byproduct of this, thoracic outlet stuff that they didn't know about at first. So they're trying everything they can, cutting you open, sewing you back up, saying, okay, we remove this or we change this. Let's try that. And you touched on it. But guys at this age with that kind of mileage getting thoracic outlet syndrome, there aren't really comebacks. Younger guys, and we've got some of the Nats organization, Cole Henley, who's trying to be somebody that still has a career ahead of him, who got this at a very much younger age, with a lot less major league miles on him, is trying to break some ground here. But at Strasburg's, you've already had Tommy John. You've already had carpal tunnel thing. You already had a smaller elbow procedure that wasn't Tommy John to end, I can't remember what year it was now. Maybe it was 2017, 2018. There have been a lot of procedures, a lot of things already done. That's, in a lot of ways, I don't want to call it a death sentence, but that's usually a career ender. And he was trying everything he possibly could to come back. And some of these milestones or lack thereof were just heartbreaking, where he couldn't play catch from 45 feet. I mean, what he said, I couldn't get it there. From 45 feet, I couldn't get it there. Think about this guy who threw 100 miles an hour 15 years ago. I couldn't get it there from 45 feet.
So I want to skip ahead to leading up to the 2023 season in this story, where in the months that built toward the 2023 season, full of baby steps, each with a faint hope that Strasburg might be able to pitch again. He tried everything: dry needles, right arm, an attempt to increase his range of motion. He would lie on the floor of his home gym with a weight on his arm, trying in vain to get it to straighten out. Still that offseason, he reported to Nats Park. So this is going into the 2023 season, basically, in December of 2022. Eventually, they progressed to throwing. He asked if he could play catch. He starts throwing initially just with a trainer, like in the dugout, and then eventually out on the field. I thought it felt pretty good, he said. I just kept trying to progress to where it would be like, hey, who knows? Maybe I can go to spring training and actually be ready, which would have been spring training last year. Near the end of December 2022, as best he can remember, he asked the club to throw off of a mound. They gave him the go-ahead. Doctors outside of the team wanted one more electromyography, an EMG test. The results were sent to a member of Neil Elitroch's staff. He's the guy that does all the TJ surgeries and arm and elbow stuff on everybody. He's like the James Andrews for knees, but for arms for pitchers. He's out in California. And apparently, according to Strasburg, Elitroch reads the imaging. He says, I don't think you should try to progress throwing. I said, well, if I'm going to be able to, I'm going to try. Basically said, if I'm going to do it at some point, I might as well try it now. So against Elitroch's idea, Strasburg decides he's going to give it a go. So he starts with a light bullpen session, all fastballs, By the beginning of February 23, tried to mix in curveballs, tried to ramp up his velocity, was throwing 30 and 35 pitches. And he said he was all over the place, wild, couldn't
Just
throw the
spraying
ball
it, yeah.
over the plate at all. He says everything started out like a yard sale, which, pitcher term of like, and he's just spraying
all
the
over the
baseball.
place, yeah.
Couldn't lift his right arm. The plan was to take a couple days off and then on the next day try to play catch again from 45 feet and start over. 3/4 of the distance, and this is where I think you were just
That's what I was
talking
referencing,
about, just to catch back up now because we were kind of out of order. But this is where he couldn't throw the baseball the 45 feet. This is where now he literally can't get it there. And he's in a bad spot, and he now knows it. Like, I'm backed off from throwing. I can't even play catch. I'm in big, big trouble. He goes and sees Robin West, the Nationals team physician, noted orthopedist. He said her instructions amounted to don't do anything. Then he takes another EMG, and he sends it to Elitrosh, who's showing him that the nerves are frayed. He basically told me that it's not in your best interest to keep trying to do this, meaning pitch.
To play baseball.
Like, you need to stop playing baseball. So that gets us, unless you've got anything else to offer here.
No, that's it.
To how this became contentious.
Yeah, that is the summary. It's frustrating when all you're trying to do is come back and every milestone is met with you got to do less. You got to do less. And eventually you can't do anything to this point. I mean, that last session, it sounds like, when it went from bullpen to rest to try to play catch from 45 feet, that's the nail in the coffin, whereas it seems for him trying to pitch again.
Now, again, I want to reiterate, this is the Strauss side of the story.
Right.
Which is, so far, I did everything, right? I kept trying and trying. I went against doctor's orders, and basically I left it all out there. The team is not quoted. They didn't seem to be overly involved in this piece. But now the section here, a prickly situation becomes contentious. On a Sunday afternoon that spring, Strasburg was sitting on his couch at home in McLean. He had just returned from a visit to Dallas to see the orthopedist who had performed his thoracic outlet surgery. In the previous weeks, with the season underway, the Nationals had requested Strasburg show up to the ballpark. He was reluctant, he said. He didn't want to be a player who couldn't play and be a distraction to the team. They reached a compromise. Strasburg reported daily to a physical therapy facility to treat an old ankle injury. He didn't really see the point, he said, but if they want me to show up, I'll show up. After a week or two, he was bracing his leg against the therapist's arm, resistance exercises. One morning, he awoke with his neck locked up. He saw West, who advised him to see Pearl, who's the thoracic outlet surgeon. When he returned from the visit to Dallas, he heard a knock on his door. When he opened it, he found a team staffer who he said issued him a letter signed by Mike Rizzo, the Nationals' longtime general manager, president of baseball ops, the man who drafted Strasburg all those years ago. It was an official document, Strasburg said. It basically said I was non-compliant with rehab. So according to Strasburg, this is now where things go sideways.
Yeah.
So first things first. We'll get into, and you'll hear again, this theory that he has, that because I'm not playing, I'm a distraction and I shouldn't be around the team. And that is one of these, like, player things. I don't know how to describe it otherwise, but, like, there's a bravado too, like, you're one of us or you're not. When you're in the clubhouse, when the media is walking around, you're in our house, you're in our room. And if you're hurt, you're not with us, you're just a distraction. Everyone's going to be trying to talk to you and ask you questions. I just categorically disagree on him with the idea that him being around this young rebuilding team couldn't be an immense positive, that it wouldn't be great to have him around young pitchers to answer questions, sitting in the dugout during games, if he's physically able to do it. But one of the big differences between him, his paradigm, and the teams is the team's basically saying, hey, man, we're paying you a ton of money. Like, it'd be nice if you were around.
Do something.
And he kept kind of saying, in this story, he makes it pretty clear. I think that's weird.
So the first,
I can't pitch. Leave me alone, basically.
I didn't mean to jump in there. Sorry. The first instance here, this first year non-compliant with rehab, there's some detail. And again, I'm not criticizing Strasburg, but we went from, I was doing a little bit of this. Something was more amiss, neck locks up. I go to Dallas, I come back, and they're like, you're not compliant with rehab. Something happened there. We glossed over something in that. Because if to receive a letter that says you're non-compliant with rehab, that's not what took place in his version of the story.
Unless he's suggesting it's because he wasn't throwing, whereas like Elitrosh tells you not to, but Robin West, their doctor, also told him not to.
Sure.
So I wouldn't think that it would be that. But yes, we're missing something very clearly. The Nats in the column or in the piece that Barry wrote did put out a statement saying Strasburg will always be a beloved member of the Washington family, and they said a bunch of nice things about him and wouldn't comment on specifics. Goes on to say in late July 2023, when the Nationals held a news conference to announce the signing of Dylan Cruz, who's a Boris guy, like Strasburg is, Mark Lerner, the team's owner, had occasion to chat with Rizzo and Boris, the super agent who represents Cruz and Strauss. The conversation wound around to Strasburg, something like, "Hey, Scott, how's Strauss?" The answer, "Not good. He's not going to pitch again." And Lerner had a suggestion, "Let's do right by him and hold a retirement ceremony." Around the same time, Strasburg discovered an additional incentive to retire. He came across information about an anti-aging clinic in Beverly Hills that's offering HGH treatments for people having the issues he is. Well, he's not allowed to do HGH.
And still be an active player.
Can't do it. So he has to retire to get these HGH treatments. So he now wants to retire. Lerner is saying, according to this, to Boris at the last July press conference or August press conference for Dylan Cruz after the draft, "Hey, let's do right by him. Let's have a nice ceremony." What is missing here in this story is how this fell apart. It just says that the club knew all along that Strasburg would get the money owed to him. Did they? That was kind of a point of contention at one point in time. And then it said, but the sides could not work out a deal in time for a ceremony. Well, what deal?
Yeah, there was something. Remember,
if he's getting all his money, like, again, Strasburg's telling you they knew I was going to get the money all along. Okay. Then it says the sides could not work out a deal for him to have this ceremony. Well, what deal is there to work out then? You want to retire. We're happy with you retiring. You want all $245 million. The team knows we're giving it to you. Where's the negotiation?
Is the deal the timeline of that? Because in the end, and I'm cutting ahead here, there's a lot more deferred money, the learner specialty.
Yeah.
Then maybe that was the deal. I don't. But again, I'm with you. That was the exact question I had. I'm going, if everyone was on the same page and everyone knew. Now remember, this is around the same time that there's a report that there's going to be a Strasburg retirement ceremony. That sort of, we're getting close to the weekend. It's not confirmed that the team.
There was a date set.
Yeah.
There was a press conference planned. I mean, media outlets in town were informed that this was happening. Now, I think some of it got taken out of context of a jersey retirement, and we were jumping to some conclusions.
Yep.
But he was going to be there for a press conference. It was set up, and then it wasn't, and it went sideways. And this doesn't really tell you exactly why that is, although we'll go deeper now into why they were at odds with each other. As spring training of this year approached, so now we're up to this spring, the club wanted something from him. It said in another letter from Mike Rizzo that was given to Steven Strasburg. They wanted him to attend spring training, all team meetings, travel with the team on all regular season road trips, attendance at all home games, availability to teammates, and some appearances at fan events, including a celebration of the 2019 title. Now, that's asking a lot, I do think, of a player who is, I guess at that time, he had not formally retired yet. But again, this is after the retirement ceremony fell through.
Yes.
He is now, for the moment, not retired. So they're acting as if you're just on the injured list.
Yeah, and he is 100% not rehabbing at this point. I think another important distinction. So he at this time is being paid for what?
But
for nothing.
Correct.
Yeah.
But for services already rendered.
Yes.
For your World Series.
Yeah, I mean.
But for me, Danny, like to ask him to come to every road trip, maybe a little aggressive and silly. Attendance at all home games, you live in the area. I don't think that's a big deal, man. To sit in the dugout with your teammates who are paying you one of the highest paid pitchers in the sport at this point. But the one that bothers me still is at fan events and the 2019 World Series celebration at the ballpark, which he did not come to.
No.
He lives 15, 20 minutes from the ballpark. He did not show up for that. And I understand it's about him largely, but it's also about a lot of other people. It's about fans who never had their chance to celebrate and celebrate with him and him. It's about teammates that didn't get to see him and coaches and a lot of people that flew in from all over the country. And he was right here in the backyard and chose not to come. Barry goes on to write, as a player who could no longer play, he said he wanted to stay out of the way of those who could. I didn't sign up to just sit there, right? He said, I signed up to play. I think I have too much respect for those guys in the dugout, in the clubhouse, and how hard it is because I went through it. I'm not just going to sit here and just kick my feet up and just put on a uniform. All these other guys are out there grinding like that. That's not beneficial to anybody. That's a huge quote in this story.
To me, it's the quote.
This is basically his whole point. They want me around I'm not on the team anymore. I don't play anymore. It's not fair to the other guys. And that's maybe like the player baseball culture thing. But I'm raising my hand. I'd enjoy you being around, not because we would talk, because you walk past me probably.
Right. And you hate my guts probably.
No, he doesn't. I mean, but I love the
No,
guy.
I'm kidding. Yeah.
But he has no interest.
Yeah, he
in
has no interest in us.
holding court with the media, which is fine. That's not the kind of guy he is. But you know what would be awesome is to see him in the dugout talking to JoJo, to see him in the dugout with Jake Irvin and Sean Doolittle. Look at the impact Sean Doolittle has had on these young pitchers and this pitching staff. You can't tell me that he wouldn't be able to help them. And he says in this piece, like, those guys have my number. It's not the same.
No.
Be like, hey man, if you ever want to call me, I'll be in California or McLean or whatever. You could be in the dugout, bro. 81 home games. You could be sitting there. You could have done the 2019 event. You could make a couple select appearances. I don't think that's a huge ask.
So he's a hero in terms of sports, right? So I'm not changing anything about that. This couple sentences here didn't sit right with me. I didn't sign up to just sit there, right? I signed up to play. And then he goes on to make his point.
You got hurt.
You cannot play. That's not your fault. You're not able to play. So how is the next logical step saying, I signed up to play, so give me my money for nothing? They're asking for something.
Imagine every player that got hurt doing that, right?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course I do. And again, he can't rehab anymore. So if you're actively trying to come back, there's the way the agreement's set up between the players and management or with the league. If you're actively trying to come back, you're in compliance. We are all on the same page. You can never pitch again. You can't even do the rehab anymore. We get that. We're asking you to perform some service for $35 million. I understand you can't pitch anymore. So because of that, you're just not going to do anything? You're basically going to just say, nope, I don't believe in this. That's hard for me to accept. It is, by the way, a little bit much to say go on all the road trips. For somebody that's got the nerve issues and can't move his arm the right way, I don't want him sitting on a plane to go to the West Coast.
No problem with him negotiating that out and being like, I'm not traveling the country for 6 months with all the problems I have when my hand tingles after 3 hours of sitting in the same spot. I'm not going on planes all over the country.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
What would make sense to me, though, and if you don't want to be in the dugout because you don't want to be on TV and be a distraction, then be in the clubhouse, be around for side sessions and bullpen work, and you can go home every night and watch the game from your couch. That, to me, didn't sit well.
In the end, lawyers from Major League Baseball and the union helped the sides work out a deal in which some of Strasburg's remaining salary was further deferred, the Lerner family's preferred structure. We know that all too well.
We do.
On April 6th, just over a week into the season, the Nationals' official transactions showed that Strasburg had retired. But he was not there for the World Series celebration. And in this piece, he makes it pretty clear he and the team have not really come together. Did they have a ceremony I missed?
Mm-mm.
There's been no press conference where he came back and talked. He did not come to the 2019 World Series. They are still at odds.
Yeah.
Which is a sports tragedy, a travesty, a sports tragedy. This is like the most important player in team history. Maybe.
Agreed.
So here's the question for you guys at 800-636-1067. Do you agree with and understand where Strauss is coming from? And I'm simplifying this and paraphrasing, but I'm hurt and I'm a distraction when I'm around. So the expectation that I should be around the organization at spring training or for being in the dugout at games is silly. Or are you with the team who wants him around saying, dude, you can help. Like, this would be awesome to have you around, and we're paying you a lot of money. Which side of that are you on? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Steven Strasburg finally addressing his situation publicly. Interviewed with Barry Svrluga of The Post. You can check out the story from Saturday. Went into detail on his lengthy attempt to return after thoracic outlet surgery. Really went through the ringer, it seems like. In the end, he'll get all 7 years, $245 million of the contract he signs for the 30 innings rather that he pitched after the World Series. So to clean that up, $245 million post World Series, 7-year deal. He'll get that, added deferments along the way, but he will never pitch again, and he has retired. And him and the team aren't seeing eye to eye right now on some of the details here. He has not been back. The team, according to Strasburg, wanted him around quite a bit this year. At the least, they wanted him to come to spring training. He didn't have interest, or at least thought it was for show, right? He didn't like the idea of doing it because he thought he'd be a distraction. They wanted him in the dugout at home games. They wanted him to travel on the road. They wanted him to be a part of the 2019 celebration. And so if you're asking me, Danny, whose side am I on? I'm on the Nats side, more so than I'm on Stras's side. I love the player. This is not personal. I have no animus towards Steven Strasburg at all. I'm not upset that he got all his money. Good for you.
Yep.
You earned it as far as I'm concerned. There has not been a player as important to this organization in its 20-year history as Steven Strasburg. And that alone can get you whatever money you want, let alone pitching the team to and through a World Series, being the MVP. You're worth every penny as far as I'm concerned. But the idea that being asked to be in the dugout when they were playing the Braves this weekend was some unfair request as you're making your $35 million. I'm sorry, I disagree with you. Going to spring training, of course, that's a no-brainer. You should 1,000% be at spring training. Ryan Zimmerman is still at spring training, for God's sake. You know, like, guys are just around. Like, so-and-so's on vacation with their family in Florida, Adam Eaton or something. He comes by for 3 days because he's part of the family. You're on the payroll, literally on the team at that point still. Of course, there's an expectation for you to be at spring training. So I am Team Nats here in that he should 100% be more involved than he is. It's a shame that he isn't. And I still, the one that really annoys me, because I wouldn't go that far about anything else. I don't know all the details about what he's going through physically and all that. But the not coming to the World Series celebration, which was not just about him, but it was about all of us. That one, I'm sorry. That to me was a terrible decision and a bad look.
Yeah, I think you said it very well. I have admiration and sympathy. Admiration for what he accomplished and his efforts to try to come back, and sympathy for how awful it sounds like it is. I think we, remember the Jesse Doherty story, I guess it was last fall, about what he's going through physically. It just sounds beyond miserable. And he basically just gave everything of himself to try to pitch well for the Washington Nationals. I respect the hell out of that, and I empathize with his condition. You also said it very well. He was on the 40-man. Sorry. They're paying you money.
You're taking up a roster
You're taking up a roster spot. And it's not your fault that they signed you to a bad contract. If I get signed to a bad contract, that's the fault of the people that offered it to me, right? You go get your money, God bless you. They're asking you to perform some service. If you were a bench player, if you were, I don't know, trying to think of a good example. If Ildemaro Vargas got a ridiculous amount of money and then they sat him on the bench, show up and take your ground balls pregame and take PP and go through the motions. They're asking you to do what you can do. And that's hard for me not to accept that that's too big of an ask, or that's wrong of them.
If you sign a 7-year deal and almost right away you lose your voice or something, and at the radio station they go, Danny, we want you to come be a part of the crew. We want you to help produce, one or two of the shows and just be around the building. And we're going to keep paying you the unbelievable amount of money in this hypothetical.
Yeah.
That, let's say you were making your millions.
Yeah,
right?
that's right. 35 million.
But we need you to show up at 106.7 The Fan night. We need you to be there when we're on stage in Gaithersburg. We want you to be a part of the process. I just think you go, okay. And by the way, it's not like, again, if he can physically do it, if he can physically make it, and it's not, Getting in and out of his car isn't excruciatingly painful. This is not a difficult thing to do. We're talking about baseball, man. You love baseball. It's the other love in your life, I'm sure, other than the kids. I know one of his daughter's names, same as mine, Reagan. I don't know his wife or his kids' names, but we're asking you to come sit in the dugout. Come go over pitch grips with Jake Irvin. Come watch Robert Garcia throw his bullpen and give him a thought or two. Be in the clubhouse. Be in the fantasy football league with the guys. Like, this isn't that crazy, right? And I do think, to be clear, if you really wanted him to be at 162 and travel for 6 months, I think that's outrageous. But let's come to an agreement. Hey, I'll be at spring training for these 3 weeks. I'll come down. Let's do this. I'll be there for the 2019 Selly. No problem. How about I come to these 75 home games and I'll come to these 20 road games or whatever that are easy train trips or what have you. Like, I'm quite sure the team might have worked with you a little bit on that. But his philosophy, you heard that quote, the one that we read where he's like, I didn't get paid to hang out. I'm supposed to pitch. Sorry, I can't pitch. That one just didn't.
Yeah, so that entitles me to do nothing.
Didn't quite
work.
work.
That's the hard part, man. That's one I can't get behind.
Let's go to Paul in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Hey, Paul.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing, man?
Good, buddy.
I'm with the Nationals on this because at the end of the day, Strasburg is basically saying, I'm not trying to do something that I don't want to do. Well, sometimes in life, we all doing what we don't want to do. The learners don't want to pay him that daggone money. But guess what? They under the gun to pay him that money. So if I'm paying you $35 million just to be an ambassador to this team and to be a teacher to the young pitchers, then daggone it, I need you to be there. $35 million. How many people would love to trade places with him? And I just kind of disagree with you, Danny. I'm sorry, Grant, when you were saying something about, if he got the money, God bless him and whatever. Nah, a decent, honorable, moral man of integrity would know that, hey, look, I didn't earn this money. And I get he won the World Series and all of that, but we were paying you for future services, not for services already rendered.
Understood, and I think that's a fair argument. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. My belief is I would gladly pay him that money, and my point is every penny he made in his career worthwhile for me, as far as I'm concerned, based on what he gave you. If I'm ranking the top 50 Nationals in terms of importance, he's number one. So I'm not going to be upset that I overpaid Steven Strasburg. I'm not. That having been said, it's not asking a lot. Really, I shouldn't have to beg you. I shouldn't have to send a letter if I'm Mike Rizzo for you making $35 million to want to be a part of this thing.
For me, with what I think Paul was talking about, I'll do super quick, is the team. I said at the time, hey, this is not a smart contract. This is not something smart to sign this injured-prone player to for this long and this amount of guaranteed money. But they need to understand the risk when they sign it. When you offer that and it's signed, that's what I say. God bless you. Anybody that's able to get that kind of guarantee, I don't begrudge that.
Team Strasburg, Team Nationals. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Barry's for Luga in the Post on Saturday, an interview and piece on Steven Strasburg. Rare interview that Strauss did to explain how his career ended the way that it did. Tried very hard to come back. Now he's officially retired. He and the team seem to disagree over how much he should have been around toward the end. And the question we're asking you is, whose side are you on? 800-636-1067. I do want to read one question here from Twitter. Jesse says, so is this something that's going to be written in every guaranteed contract? If you have to retire from playing, you have to be in the facility at the games until your contract is up. No, you're misunderstanding the timeline here. When he retired, there was no expectation at that point forward that he should do anything. They'll invite you to an event here or there. That's up to you if you want to come back or not. That's normal. He was still on the roster when they were asking him to come to spring training. He was still not only on the roster, he was on their 40-man big league roster. They couldn't go sign a big league player. They couldn't, add someone or protect a minor leaguer who could be taken in the Rule 5 draft because Strasburg was on the roster, even though he was never going to pitch again.
Mm-hmm.
So it was in their interest, just like it was in his interest, ultimately, for him to retire. So what we're talking about when they're sending him these letters going, we want you to rehab, we want you to show up at games, we want you to be around the team. Not only was he not retired, he was on the 40-man roster at that point. And that's why I'm saying that expectation is not only not a big deal, but probably understandable. Let's go to Matthew in Reston. What's up, Matt?
Hey, G&D. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
So ultimately, I am on Team Nationals. The Nationals decided to give a lot of resources, a lot of money to Strasburg that they could have gone to other players. So I feel like, yes, he owes it to the team, to the organization to stick around, but I do understand where Strasburg is coming from. I have a lot of friends who are Nationals fans that kind of view Strasburg as a villain now, and because he took up all the money, and I think he's worried about getting booed. Like if he were to show up on the Jumbotron at Nats Park, sitting in the dugout, he might be booed by some fans. I don't think he should be.
I think
it's a
he'd be booed
concern.
You
by
think
one
so?
fan.
Really?
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, buddy. I don't think anybody would boo him.
Why would you? No chance. I mean, and I appreciate the call, and I
No,
appreciate your opinion. And yes, there are probably fans that go, I can't believe he got $245 million and he's going to get all the money. But I don't think one fan would boo that guy.
Yeah, I would distinguish between now. This is me, Danny Brugge, baseball fan talking. I'm annoyed that all that money's going to him and it's not going to players that can help the team. That's, again, you already heard me say, hopefully, that's not Steven Strasburg's fault. All he's trying to do is come back and pitch, and he physically can't do that. That's the team's fault for signing to a bad deal. I'm annoyed at the contract. I'm not annoyed at Steven Strasburg. That wouldn't translate into a boo for him.
I've also been trying to figure out why, in my head, it's different that he didn't come to the 2019 World Series celebration. And that I find personally annoying, or I kind of look with some animus toward him when I don't on any of this other stuff where it's just a disagreement with him and the team. And I think the reason is that was after the official retirement and after he got all the money.
Yep.
It is now going to happen. It might take a couple more years with deferments, it sounds like, but you're getting $245 million. The entire contract is yours. The retirement agreement, thanks to lawyers from Major League Baseball and the Players Association, has been worked out. Doesn't mean you like the Nats or they like you. Doesn't mean it's all hunky-dory, but you're getting your money. They're going to give you every single penny. Now they're having one weekend, 5 years after the World Series, so that we can all celebrate when we got screwed over and robbed of it during the pandemic and didn't get to do it before. And on that weekend, where Howie Kendrick, who works for another big league team, and Adam Eaton and all these guys are flying in from all over the country, sitting in McLean, it wasn't important enough to him to get there. That one hurts. But it's because it was after the retirement. Grant and Danny here on the Fan, talking Steven Strasburg and the Washington Nationals. Let's go to Dennis in Gaithersburg. What's up, Dennis?
Thanks, guys. I have a unique perspective. I'm 6 years old. I was 10 years old when the second Senators team left us to go to Texas. Fast forward, when Steven Strasburg, I was able to make it to his opening night. Goosebumps on my neck. Same with my brother.
Same here, yeah.
Then comes Fan Appreciation Day. I had little boys at the time, and they're into baseball for a while Bryce Harper was still here. there was only one player of note that was actually interacting with the fans. And you won't be surprised because you guys know it was Gio Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm hearing from this interview is this guy is in a deep, dark place. He's introverted to begin with, and he's in a serious, deep, dark place because he feels a deep responsibility to this area to bring, baseball back to its full glory. Well, we never had full glory before the World Series.
But he
Some
did
glory.
He
Yeah.
did it, Dennis.
Yeah, and he feels a deep responsibility. Plus, he's depressed. He can't play the game that he loves. So he went through that. So I'm not saying the Nationals are wrong or he's wrong. He probably should have shown up for the World Series celebration. But I can totally understand where, don't ask a guy that's a basic introvert who happens to be depressed to do all this stuff. That it's just not what he's good at.
Well, so let me respond to that. I appreciate the phone call. If an actual clinical diagnosis is an issue, then we've got sympathy here. But we can't just assign that because somebody doesn't like talking to the media. You see what I'm saying? Like, nobody's asking Steven Strasburg to do a weekly spot on our show and not answer questions. What to me, the World Series celebration thing is separate because his objections previously were, I don't want to just sit in the dugout and be a token and be a ceremony and be awkward and not really be part of it and just sort of like this fake inorganic thing.
Well, also,
what's more organic than a celebration of the World Series team? That's not a Steven Strasburg hangout because we're paying you.
That might help you feel a little better.
Yeah, that is a let's all relive this thrill ride, this joy that you were a part of. You didn't hit the home run in Game 7. Howie Kendrick did. Let him get his roses. Let Eaton get his roses. You'll get yours as the World Series MVP. Everybody will. Skipping that, to me, you're right, is different than I don't agree to go on every road trip with you guys. You know what I mean? There's a separate thing there.
And I'm not a doctor, and I shouldn't prescribe a medication for him, but I don't think getting back around baseball and being around buddies and teammates, and a lot of those guys are gone, but Corbin was on his 19 team, and presumably him and Doolittle have a relationship, and just being in the clubhouse around dudes might help you a little bit. Can't hurt. I mean, what negative, what bad's coming from that? Danny keeps weirdly saying he's got something planned for 6
I got a little something for you.
I don't know what it is
it's a little gift.
or what he just keeps saying he has a gift, and then he's going to give it to us at 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's food.
Nope.
Or he wants us to all go outside and play pickleball and forget the rest of the show.
No, neither of those things. I think you'll enjoy this.
Next on the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny here on The Fan. So Danny was gone the whole commercial break. I'm looking at the clock. Earl's winding down the update. He just keeps talking all day long. I've got a surprise. I got a present for you.
It's got a little something.
6 o'clock, little something brewing. And I'm like, what could this be? Is he get an ice cream truck to stop by? We were talking about that yesterday. I have no idea. If you're watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page right now, we already know. He comes dashing into the studio as we're coming back from break in a headband and wristbands.
Got to keep, so just one wristband, got to keep the shooter's hand dry. That's the idea with the one wristband on this side. I got the watch to kind of give me a little bit on the guide hand, but it's mostly the wristband. So I got my calf sleeves going. I'll hold those up for the people.
Those calf sleeves are so terrible.
They're for your calves, right? Now, I also got the sausage casing for my upper legs and thighs, okay?
I'll take a peek at those. Yep.
See that?
That's definitely some sausage casing.
We got coverage right there. So the hope is all the stuff stays in. We don't have any injuries. Before I left the house today, my wife said, and I quote, "Don't get hurt."
And for those of you that are just joining us, Danny's not going to be rappelling from a building or anything.
No.
He's going to play pickup basketball.
For the first time since my oldest son was born, who's 10 plus, I played pickup. 2 weeks after he was born, blew out my hamstring. Not like a kind of, like an exactly. I was useless for weeks, more so than normal, and I have not played hoop since.
I don't want to be the guy to say this.
Here we go.
But someone needs to. And I don't want to feel like I'm always joning on you.
Yeah.
That is a terrible headband. Was that $3 somewhere? Where did you get that headband?
In a package.
Yeah,
Somebody,
no kidding.
Yeah,
I mean,
somebody gave it as a joke.
It looks because they didn't think you would ever wear it. Probably.
Well, like what headband looks good? They all look stupid.
Go to Foot Locker and buy a Jordan headband for $10 or whatever.
I think that's even worse. Like
No,
it should be the novelty, fun, stupid looking headband because they're all stupid looking.
Yeah, but that headband is particularly embarrassing. To me, it looks like when a sock has been stretched out too much or something.
My head's too big. Is that what you're trying to say?
It doesn't fit. Number one, but number two, that particular headband with the blue and the red stripes, it's like an American flag situation. Let's go get Jay flying through the air. There's other headbands out there.
No, see, with that headband, here's why it's worse to me. If you wear a headband like that, then you're trying to look good. You follow me? So like you're making, like, I think everyone looks stupid in a headband. It's
You're
like
already wearing a headband.
Yeah, that's
you
my point.
Be doing that,
you already
you're
look
doing it.
No, you already look foolish in the eyes of others wearing a headband. If you try to get like a nice headband, that's even like you're a try-hard who looks foolish.
Understood.
Like I just look foolish, but I'm keeping the sweat out of my eyes. It's practical.
Okay, but you shouldn't be wearing a headband and you're already doing it. Once you cross that threshold.
What's the Rubicon has been crossed?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I've played 100 pickup basketball games in my life. I've never worn a headband.
But you also don't sweat. I sweat always doing anything.
So wipe your brow with your hand.
Now my hand's sweating.
You know who else didn't wear headbands? Shaq. You know who sweat a hell of a lot? Shaq. Just wipe your sweat.
I'm not the same as Shaq, first of all. And he had towels, infinite towels to be able to wipe his hands. He had talcum powder on the sidelines. I do have a towel. I sweat a lot.
The headband is just an attention-seeking bit. So I'm saying if you're doing that, just do a good headband.
My retort is there is no good headband.
Are you going to acknowledge that the headband and the wristbands and all this stuff is a little bit for a look at me over here, I'm this guy? Or are you going to say that it's all for practical purposes?
This is all practical. This is 100% practical. I cannot, as a 44-year-old pudgy zilch, look cool anymore at any time. I've got calf sleeves on, Grant. I've got upper quad / groin sleeves on my legs in the hopes of preventing injury. There's no looking cool here. If I didn't have these accessories on, I would look uncool. I have them on. I'm already past the point of uncool. So it's not about being cool. It's about being practical. These are practical things.
The headband is so thin, it doesn't look like it's going to retain any sweat, first of all. And then two, you also look like you're going to play for the Flint Tropics from semi-pro. Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a compliment.
Jackie Moon over
Put it in the
here.
blender.
Headbands are just the worst.
They're all terrible.
Who are you, Darius Miles?
Just Charlie Villanueva over here.
Let's get you your Nats lineup and pitching matchup before we get out of here. And we've got like 40 seconds to do it. Danny, go.
I'm sorry. I was distracting everybody, and I'm actually just stalling for 10 seconds to wait for the stupid internet to load. And there we go. Behind Metro Parker, leading off on shortstop seat. Check. Abrams batting second in right field. Lane Thomas batting third in left field. Jesse Winker, DH. Eddie Rosario, cleanup spot. Luis Garcia batting fifth, playing second. Caber Ruiz doing the catching, batting sixth. Nick Senzel at third base. Joey Gallo at first base, hitting eighth. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field, batting ninth.
Presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom. I just posted a picture of Danny in his headband on my Instagram at Grant H. Paulson with the caption, Headband Guy.
Headband Guy.
Go look at it. Thanks for listening.
Soup it up.
Thank you for coming.